Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. This is Benelux Classics live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. It's the Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty main event. Final two tables. Greetings and a very warm welcome wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. My name is Action Man Dan. I am your broadcaster and Irish pundit for the duration of this event. 15 players remaining now, and the average stack well over 40 bigs. This is the Mystery Bounty edition. I think there are some bounties in play. I'll have that verified for you all the time in the chat, of course. What's up, buddy? Mike the Biker is in, says, good day, mate. Good day indeed. We do have the payouts done there, yes. So the winner is going to take home €25,600 cash monies with 15 players remaining. Now, they're all guaranteed a minimum of €1,280. And just let us know in the chat if you can hear me properly, clearly, loudly, whatever the case may be. Want to have everything on point. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. And after that, if you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. As Mike the Biker says, always a good day and night listening to your dulcet tones, Dan. Are you, you're all the way down under if you're saying good day, mate. I think we were talking about Australia before, but there's just so many people tuning in. Hard to remember everyone. You know, Dunbar's number, you can only process up to 150 numbers or names in your head, not numbers. The Dunbar number is 150. So after you have 150 people in your brain, you can't really process much more. There's my psychology tip for the day. As Transylvanian Poker says, as good as ever. Love to hear it. Let's see who we've got here at the table. We've got the professor from Germany. We've got 4 players from Germany. Always a Romanian in the mix. We have 2 Romanians at this feature table. Slovakia, Netherlands also being represented. We have Bora Torel, the overwhelming chip leader here, playing 6.5 million is good for 109 big blinds. Just a small stack. And Koiritas with 86 is in second place. I'm just going to call him Koi. Nils with 48 in third, and Sebaskat with 45. Then Jan with 38. I believe he's from the Netherlands. People always asking, is there anyone left in from the Deutschland? Or sorry, from Holland. Don't want to get that one wrong. Jan is in the mix. The Dutchie is what I was trying to say. He's playing 38 bigs, and then Andre with 37, Jakob with 31, and rounding out the table, a clear short stack is the professor playing 10 big blinds. You see him here with pocket sevens. Normally he wants to be getting his chips in the middle, but facing an open and a 3-bet already, the open coming with the ace queen of spades raising to 125, then Jan 3-betting to 300k with the jack 10 of clubs. Just going to have to let his pocket sevens go. Not ideal, but just has to put them in the muck. There's Bird flying by to say hi. What's up, Bird? Small blind is 30k getting the action started. Big blind 60k with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. As Mike the Biker says, yep, southeastern Australia. Well, you're welcome here, mate. But You should be warned. Sometimes there can be some sharks in the water. Sharks in the water, mate. I believe the world was all created by bacteria. Good day. And for that price, Jan feels compelled to call. Jan outflopping him here on the Jack 5-5. Let's go to go. Betting a call, goes for a small sizing on the flop, turns the 3 of diamonds, 1.15 million in this pot now. Jakob checking. Jan, 2 options here. Well, he's got 3 options really. He'll go for another small sizing, and that kind of gets him a cheap showdown then. He can just check back the river. He can go for a large sizing, try and knock out some hands that have equity. I think going for a small sizing is best, somewhere around 350, 400, and he does go for 350. I really like this from Jan. He's 3-bet pre, he's bet the flop, he's betting small on the turn. He can still have hands like kings, aces, jacks full. He could have a hand like ace-jack, even though we blocked that one. I think it's sexy to bet your jack twice here, even if we only have a 10 kicker. It just shuts down our opponent. He's got to play pretty honestly. He's out of position in a 3-bet pot that's now bloated. There's 1.5 million out there. Although Jakob getting a good price to see the river, just lets it go. A lot of players will just check back that turn, hoping to get the showdown. I feel like betting small there is a better option, and he does take that route and takes down a nice pot. Mike the Biker says, lol, sharks around my poker table. Oh, and I promise never to try an Irish accent. You can if you want. I won't be able to hear you. And Bird, do you have any information about what bounties are remaining? It looks like there might be still a 10k in place. Well, would like to verify that. That's going to change the dynamic considerably, considering there's 3 tickets up for grabs here. First, second, and third going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. But on top of that, if there's a 10k ticket in play, It's going to change the dynamics because first prize is €25,600. And this one was a €290 buy-in. So you do the quick maths there, lads. That's a lot of buy-ins. And Neil's going to bet 225 here from the small. Blind v blind battle, both players with monsters. We're coming to three of spades. And Sebastian is just going to check that one back. Neil's taking that one down with the jacks. Andre getting a walk with his ace-10 offsuit. Yeah, I'm going to take that one down from raising under the gun. You're going to see a lot of raise and take it. A lot of players won't have played for this kind of money before. A lot of cheddar on the line. Looks like there might be still some big bounties in play. But it is all to play for here on this Monday afternoon. Delighted to be joined in the booth with you. Hope you all had a nice summer. Wake me up when September ends. As Bird says, Dan the man back in action. You better believe it, buddy. All final days you will find me in the booth. Unless I am told otherwise. Border Turtle raising with the ace-10 suited. Neil's just going to call on the hijack. I think this is okay. Sometimes you just want to let this go because it can get you in trouble. These kind of combos, if we're suited, I would prefer it to flat, and then we could 3-bet this combo some of the time from the hijack. Do we really want to be doing that against the chip leader, raising from early position? Probably not. Buratoral hoping to win a showdown there with King High. It looked like Buratoral was going into check call mode. This guy's going to be one to watch here in this tournament with this kind of a stack. I presume he didn't accumulate that amount of chips from being shy. Bird says, nice summer. I'm working from home without aircon. Yeah, I have the same issue in my office here, but weather seems to not be too hot today. We did get some sun in Ireland there the last few days. Was hitting about 20 degrees. Bird says he has to mute me. He's still working. Okay. Any excuse, Bird. I'm on to you. Professor all in. It's blind v blind. The 10 deuce against the ace king. Ace 8-5 is the flop. Professor picking up a monster in the big here. All he can do is click call. Jan with the 2 live cards can't get there. And the Professor gets a healthy double up, but he's now playing close to 20 big blinds. Jan raising to 125. King 10 of spades from the button. Was flop top pair. Standard enough stuff so far. Big blind with a chunk of change in front of him. 75 bigs plus. Could have elected to maybe turn this one into a 3-bet. But with the 5 kicker, 4 eliminations away from the final table now. So we've had 2 eliminations, 13 remaining, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. And a bounty is about to be pulled here. What's it going to be? It's €300. Better than a slap in the face, a full buy-in. And he's going again. Oh, the excitement. Bang. €200. So €500 accumulated there for Richard Horvat. GG, sir. Jakob with the King 10 suited, raising to 125. Jan in the cutoff here, Queen 10 of clubs. Majority of the time just wants to be calling. The hijack raising off sub 20 big, so he's going to want to proceed with caution. These kind of combos play very well post flop, so he does decide to just call. Jakob going to bet 155. 665 is the flop. Not much Nils can do here. He's going to have the best hand the majority of the time. He could elect to see a turn. Problem is he's going to get barreled off his hand decent portion of the time. With the 8 as well, we can pick up additional equity. I think I like calling 1 there for Nils the more I think about it. Does decide to let it go. Andre with the min from under the gun, ace jack suited. Expect to see some of the bigger stacks be very active, by the way. And I say bigger stacks, anywhere near 45 bigs plus is a lot of chips, especially in something like this with 13 players remaining. It was flop top pair, big blind, calling with the 8-6 offsuit. Not his board. The ace jack will just take that one down. Yeah, I'm bumping it up with ace 10 suited. Like I said, you're going to see a lot of raise and take it. That's another example. Anytime you can take down those blinds and antes this late in the game, is your job done. Move on to the next hand. Keep peppering them with the jab, as I always say. And the buttons turn to steal the blinds. Now we're going to see the Jack 9 opening pre. Andre calling on the button with the Queen 8 of clubs. And on the Ace 8-3, flops second pair. Koi is going to bet. He's going to bet 385 and Andre going to call. He's got backdoor clubs working for him. Go with his second pair. He won't like that turn. Now Koi could fire a second barrel here. It's a card he can rep, but on the other hand, some King X hands are going to be in Andre's range and a lot of Ace X hands as well, of course. So he just decides to give up. They're going to check back, and the river is the Ace of Spades. 1.3 million in this pot. And now it looks like he's going to make his hand look like he's trying to get tin value from a King X type holding if he's going for this small of a sizing. He would check a king on the turn, so this makes sense. I don't feel like he's repping an ace for this sizing. It's more of those King X type holdings. Also, it looks like a blockerish type sizing forward / value bet. In general, if we're going to be bluffing, we don't want to give our opponent a great price to call, and that's exactly what's happening here. There's 1.5 million in the pot, and it's only 185 to call. So although we only have an 8 with a queen kicker, take my money for that price. But that's amazing. Koi's bluff working there. Incredible stuff there from Koi. If he can bluff for that price and get away with it, why not? Takes that one down. His opponent getting really good odds on the river, but deciding against it. Koi wins a nice pot. And Moore agrees with me. He says, WTF, how can you fold 185k to a 1.3 million pot? Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you there. He just made it look like he would have to have a king or an ace to be betting. Surely to God, if he has an ace, he goes for a larger sizing. And even a king might go for a larger sizing there. It actually mightn't have been a bad hand to turn into a bluff to get a king to fold, but that's probably a bit too advanced. Because we have a pair, we could just call. If we lose to a king, then so be it. You wouldn't expect your opponent to just have the naked Jack 9 offsuit. But expect the unexpected of kings. The professor shoving over the top here. Happy to hit that board on the King 10-3, takes that one down. He's now playing 1.4 million. 13 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €1,410. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the final day of the €290 Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Just 4 eliminations away from the final table. Top 3 going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Main event is taking place at King's in less than a month's time. Can you believe that? It's just around the corner. Schedule is packed to the rafters at King's the next few months. If you want to find out additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Jakob in the cutoff here. Queen Jack off suit. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 40k. Big blind is now 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. ECW King is in the house, says, let's go. I do believe Jay Wasello, Johan, the main man, is at King's, but if he was still in the field, I'm sure I would have heard about it by now. So I'd say he is out, ECW. Nice to have you with us anyway, buddy. Jakob, the opener here. Koi completing with King 6 suited. 5-5-3 is the flop. I might call here if I'm Koi for a small bet. Funky things can happen on turn and river, and we have King High. We've got some backdoors in the form of a straight draw and a flush draw. If Jakob had a bit more, perhaps we could check raise. He decides to just let it go. I'm not sure because Jakob's going to have a pretty strong range, but he should have to be raising from the cutoff off that stack depth. But when we VPIP pre there, we've got our big blind invested and our big blind ante. I think we could do worse things than just call the flop and see what the turn brings. It's very hard for us to rep. If we check raise there, what are we repping? We're probably never going to check raise with a 3. We'll probably just jam or call. And it would be a bit absurd to be raising a 5 there. So it just looks like a bluff if we check raise. I don't know. I think we've too much equity to just let our hand go. comes away taking out. The professor is just going for the rip. The blinds have gone up to 40, 80, 80, but I don't think that's a good enough reason to rip there. We want to be raised calling with the two black jacks. Our hand is just going to be too strong in late position. We want to give our opponents the opportunity to re-jam or three-bet or whatever the case may be. Jack up with the min, taking it down. ECW says, is someone sitting out? Seat 3 is gone. I'm not sure what the story is there, ECW. 13 players remaining, 4 eliminations away from the final table. Average stack is 3 million. Blinds are 40, 80, 80. Pressure is on. Pressure is for tires and the King's Resort when there's 13 remaining. This close to a final table, over 25 grand for the winner. A lot of the players remaining won't have played for this kind of money before. Nils raising to 160 in the hijack, and we could see some action here. Andre has a hand he wants to 3-bet with here on the button, but if he wants to play it cautiously, we could just see him call. I'd prefer to see a 3-bet. Takes that one down with a 3-bet. Oh yeah, looks like he was just gone for a hand or two, ECW. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it makes sense, but it's not something I would recommend doing this close to a final table. I was playing in a pub there a few years ago, and there was a guy, we were 3-handed, and it was a few grand for the winner. Like, I think it was 3 grand, 2 grand, 1 grand. I think that's what we were playing for. Something around that area. And there was 3 of us remaining, and the guy had like 3 big blinds, and he kept running out for cigarettes in between hands with 3-handed, letting the blinds and antes hit him, and he was short as well, and he somehow came back and won. So some people, nature calls, and some people just need to get that nicotine into their lungs. Sometimes people go and they never come back. But I assure you, it's not a cash game you're watching. Koi with 62 bigs, your overwhelming chip leader here. Andre in second place with 34, and Nils with 32. Jan with 27. Sebastian with 24. Jakob with 21. And the professor, after getting that double up, playing 17 bigs. Well, I don't know if he got actually a proper double up. Oh, he did, yeah. He did get a much needed double up. ECW King says it's an interesting strategy. Both players remaining are going to fight over the dead blind, so it might induce action between them. I think it's just people have got to run to the bathroom or they want a cigarette. Like, that's usually the two main reasons, or your wife's going into labor or whatever, maybe your mistress, I don't know, whatever the case may be. You might need to take a very urgent phone call. Obviously, there's no phones at the feature table, but you might be expecting a call. You might need to go check your phone. Maybe your buddy's outside. Jack's out again. Andre min raising the Jabracadas. Set for Andre. Getting Jakub to call pre here. He's got some equity. We might see some action. He's got backdoor straight draw working for him. Or good shot straight draw working for him. Backdoor diamond draw working for him. Nils completing in the big. Not too fond of these ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 offsuit combinations. Just going to get you in trouble the majority of the time. $175 is the bet. $175 is the call. Nearly $1 million in the pot. So we hit the turn. Turn is a juicy one. It's the 3 of diamonds. Does pair the board, giving Andre the full house. If you're Jakub, 1.4 million left in your stack. So I want to bet somewhere around 400k here if I'm Andre. Sets up a 1 million river jam. Even a little bit less, 300, 325, 350. 2 flush draws on board now as well. Jakub can't resist this price. Surely he's getting 4 to 1 on his money. It's just going to be a call. He does not want to hit an 8 or a diamond here on the river. River is the Queen of Hearts. He'd be happy to see that in a way. Little does he know. He probably just thinks, oh, damn it, man, I bricked out. Andre sitting there with the stone cold nuts, unless his opponent had pocket trees or quads. Or pocket trees for quads, or maybe even queens full. I'm going to go ahead and call it the nuts, okay? Pretty much the nuts. It does go for the jam, of course. Sebastian, blind v blind battle here. 6-7 queen is the flop. Andre flopping really nice here. He's got the open ender, backdoor club draw. Sebastian going to go for a small bet. ECW King saying you do get the best information from the smoking crowds in the breaks. Yeah, but it's not a break. Anyway, I'll get back to that in a moment. You've 13 left, playing for about 35 grand, maybe 40 there with the bounties, even more. I don't know the exact amount, but a lot of cheddar, boys and girls. 4 clubs hitting the turn. Not a good enough reason to leave your table. Sometimes you gotta go, you gotta go. Nature don't stop for nothing or no one. 4 clubs hits the turn. Andre now with the flush draw. Look how much equity he's got here. 16 outs, it says. ECW King saying, we need some blood, dealer. Give us some coolers. This guy wants action nearly as much as I do. He's going to get action on that river, giving Andre the straight, but we're not going to get any action because Sebastian is going to be check folding, surely. Four to a straight out there. Is anyone in the chat familiar with Cartman out of South Park? And he's trying to teach these non-educated delinquents in America, and some of them are Mexican, and how do I reach these kids? Well, that's what it's like sometimes, trying to teach people things. Well, alas, every day is a learning day. Class is in session. Let's go. How do I reach these kids? We're going to see a flip here, I reckon. Actually, maybe Jan not going to be able to call this. It's going to be too rich for his boots. It's close, but it is under the gun against the big blind now. They're not nine-handed anymore. I just feel like ace 10 is a pip too low. I might call with like an ace jack offsuit. Definitely calling ace jack suited. Ace 10 suited. I don't really know. It depends how wide we feel like the big blind is rejamming. He does have nines, and we're off to the races. It is 10-5 queen, all diamonds. Jan is ahead. Needs to avoid diamonds now. Turn is the 7 of hearts. River is a diamond. Sit back down. Jakob surviving. Doubling up. Taking a chunk from Jan's stack. And now Jan's going to be playing 15 bigs. And that will elevate Jakob all the way up to 27 big blinds. Jakob with the goods here. He's got the bad boys on the button, raising to 165. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a nibbler. So we have to take down the blinds and antes. ECW says he calls, Dan. You fake walk away, increase your chance by 0.7%. He did get there in the end, all right. I'm not too sure, ECW, if he should be calling with ace 10 offsuit. It just seems a little bit loose for nearly half your stack there for about 13 big blinds total. It was 11, 10, close to 11 big blinds more, and you've already put in 2. Honestly, if it was a blind or 2 less, I'd call. A blind or 2 more, I'm definitely folding. It's right in the middle there where I just don't like it. But maybe I'm being a bit too harsh. If you know your opponent is rejamming wide enough from the big blind, you can profitably call there with the ace 10. If I have more chips, I also might be more inclined to call. It just really hurts us, puts us right back down to 15 pigs if we lose. We see aces again, this time Sabaska, still 13 players remaining. 165 to go. Like I said, it says under the gun there, but we are not playing 9-handed. Just bear that in mind. Nils in the small, ace king off suit. We're going to see some violence here. Sabaska with ace king. He's just going for the all-in. Neil's going to call, and this one's going to go to Splitsville nearly all of the time. There we go. Does run out for a chop. We raised the 165 in the hijack, 8-7 of clubs. Now Andre in the small could just call here. Can put the pressure on with a 3-bet. You're playing similar-ish stacks. I prefer 3-betting. He's going for a sizing of 650k. Koi not able to continue. And that's why I like going for slightly larger size in there out of position. You see a lot of players make it too small and then it entices your opponent to continue. It's nice to just take that one down uncontested, and now they're tied for the chip lead at this feature. Jakob in third with 27 bigs and Nils with 27, Sebastian with 24. So they're also very, very close in the middle of the pack. The Professor with 14 bigs and Jan with 12 is your shortest stack, but still very playable. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty Edition. This is the final day, brought to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov on a 30-minute delay. Just look at those beautiful colours in the background. King's production team going above and beyond. Day in, day out, week in, week out, year in, year out for our viewing pleasure. Hearing some commotion in the background. Sebastian in raising with the King Jack. Jakob 3-betting to 460, and this is a little bit of a smaller sizing. This is kind of what I was on about. Has to be careful with that. Does take it down. Sebastian letting the King Jack offsuit go. Andre raising to 250 here from the cutoff, going for a bit of a larger sizing. Hollow Sound says, points, gamble all, grr. Blinds have just gone up, folks. Small blind is now 50k, big blind is now 100k with 100k running big blind ante. So Andre raising to 210. The Professor going all in from the small blind. Koi does have ace-6 and it is suited, but he's going to have to put it in the muck. And Andre should be calling this one. This is a different situation than the ace-10 there previously. Andre going to be way ahead of this range and he will call. And we've had one more elimination on the outer table, so 12 remaining right now. And if Andre holds here, we're going to be down to 11. Seven, three, deuce is the flop. Turns to 6 of clubs. The Professor in dire straits as we hit the river. Needs a jack and needs one quick. It is the 3 of diamonds. We're going to lose the Professor in 12th place, and that means 11 players remaining now. €1,610 is the current payout now. You can see some more bounties being pulled. €100. Andre min raising with a little bit of cheese on top. Jan shoving. Just 2 eliminations away from the final table now. Liz all in and call. And the ace, ace, 5, deuce, 6. Sit back down, Jan. You're going to double up to 18 big blinds. Standard enough stuff there, folks. Richie says, Dan the man, finally great to hear your voice. Good afternoon. There were many who thought you were at the feature table, but it was a German imposter, Dan the man. They're coming after me, Richie. They're coming after me. No, if I'm ever playing at Kings, I am going to definitely play under Action Man Dan. I'd have to. I have to. Unless I want to play anonymously, and sure. That'd be no crack. Nice to have you with us, Richie. This one going fairly fast. 11 players remaining. Average stack still 36 bigs. Hollow Sounds say, I can hear what you say, Hollow Sounds, yeah. You want to gamble here too? Well, I don't know. I don't know if you can gamble here, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. There's many ways to gamble online. Mills raising to 210. King Jack suited. Flop going check, check here. Andre calling from the small. We've seen him 3-bet previously. He decides to just call on this occasion. Both players flopping well here on the Queen 10-8 Queen board. Flop goes check, check. Actually expected Nils to start betting on the flop. Doesn't want to get check raised, I suppose. Small ball poker, the aim of the game. Does go betting a call. Who wants it the most now? Queen of Diamonds hitting the river, nearly $1 million in the pot. Neither player with a pair. Well, it's a double pair board. Sorry, there's 3 queens out there. Who wants it the most? Who wants the rep? They've got a 10 or an 8, or something like that. Obviously, quads is extremely unlikely. Does get the job done, folks. He wanted it the most and takes down a nice pot. Richie says, Johan told us that you only comment on the final day. It was boring watching without your comments. Yeah, for now, I'm commentating all final days unless I am told otherwise. So now you know. Andre staying active on the button here with 9-4 suited. Yang calling in the big, and the flop is ace 6-9. Up and down for Yan, but 2 hearts out there, not ideal. Let's go betting a call. And wow, this is very creative from Jan. Wasn't sure what he was doing here, but he's repping a 6 or something like that. Gotta admire the man's moxie. It's not going to work for this sizing, surely. Andre with the pair and the flush draw and all those chips is going to call. We do see a call. Interesting river coming up here, folks. 1.2 million in the pot. Sorry, 1.6 million almost. River is the 3 of spades. Now, Jan wants to win this pot. He's got to move all in. Oh, flush draws miss. But other than that, it'll be tough to get your opponent to fold an ace. What do you think he's going to do here in the chat, folks? All vote now. Does just decide to check. Andre will be delighted to check back. Yeah, Jan really had to tell a big story there. It would have been tough. Schizophrenic says, am I Andre Koz? No, I am Action Man Dan. Richie says, I was lucky not to have won a Benelux package. Then I had to leave early. My father-in-law died last Saturday, so now everything is ready for the funeral this Friday. I just want to relax and watch some fine poker and great commentary. Thank you very much for your comment, Richie. Sorry to hear about your bereavement in the family. And I hope your week isn't too bad. I'm not going to say good because it's always tragic to bury someone. Just stay strong out there, buddy. And the advice I would give is you just want to be the strongest you can be for the family. It's all you can do, really. We've got some action here. Andre raising to 200k in the hijack. Jan shoving his 7s for a mil. Andre might call this one. We do have a flip on our hands. Jack 10-6, not looking good for the pocket 7s. We could be down to 10, folks. Jan needing severe help here. As we hit the turn, it's the 9 of spades. Does give him additional equity. 5 outs can save him. That's not one of them. It's the 4 clubs. We're going to lose Jan in 11th place. Andre gets richer, and we are suddenly on the final table. Bubble. I'm just waiting for the rebalance of tables here. We're going to be playing five-handed on both tables, and current payout is €1,610. It's about a €300 pay difference between 10th and 9th, so bear that in mind. Average stack nearly 40 bigs. €100 is the bounty. Richie says €100 bounty. I thought it was a mystery bounty. Yeah, it's a mystery bounty. He pulled for about a third of a buy in there. I'm not exactly sure exactly what bounties are left. Looks like the Nightbot has updated that bird. Thank you so much if they are correct. So any place you see, I'm sure I'll be told at the final table what bounties are still in play. A lot of them are usually pulled before the final table. Goes raised to 210. He's got the goods. He's got the kings of kings. Not a bad time to have them on the final table bubble. Guys, look at this. Koi is just going to call with the jacks. Flops an open ender. Really nice flop here for the jacks. Bet a 150 here. On the call. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. It's not the greatest of boards here for kings. That's why you're going to see a check back on the turn. Pot control. And now if I'm Koi, I'm actually going to bet for value because we have two of the jacks in our hand. That's a card we would want our opponent to have if they were bluffing, semi-bluffing, whatever the case may be. It's just going to go check, check. Now, once the river was checked to us, I feel like we want to be betting with our kings for value. Andre then raise him at the 10-5 of diamonds. He can kind of do what he wants here. He's got them all in handcuffs. Neil's going to call in the big. $160 is the bet. $160 is the call. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Andre now with a flush draw. Spicy turn card. Andre wants to be firing again. Put a lot of pressure on a 9. Let's go for a bet. Two black jacks here. Andre raising again. Four diamonds out there now. 9 diamonds hitting the turn. Sebastian not looking to do much here with his deuces. Andre just happy to take that one down. A showdown there. Richie says, I think they're very cautious at the bubble. I believe you're right, Richie. You don't want to battle through a field like this and come short of making the final table after playing for several days on end. 796 original entries into this one. Still 10 remaining. Also, Richie, there's a small matter of the pay jump. Pay jump is from 1600 to 1900. So full buy-in is the difference between 10th and 9th. And Sebastian shoving from the button. His face looks very familiar to me, by the way. I believe we've seen this guy before. Perhaps he's playing under a different name. I don't really know. Andre has the hand to go against the button shove. Here we go, folks. It's all in and call. And if Andre can hold here, we're going to have our final 9. Queen A5 is the flop. Turns to 7 of hearts. No help to Sebastian. Needs to hit this river. Or he's sent packing. 5 of spades. It is all over. Sebastian Langrenko falling short of making the final table. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. We're going on a break for 20 minutes. Going to come back for the final table of the €290 buy-in, the Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty main event. I will see you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. I have a feeling this is going to be a fun final table. See you all back after the break. Yeah, and it's important to note there, when we do have eliminations, we are trying to get the players to have as many interviews after they're bust out as possible. So bear that in mind. If you see one of your favorite players getting eliminated or whatever the case may be, chances are it's going to cut to an interview from time to time. It's nice to be aware of that before it happens. Cito going to raise to 175 with the ace 9, 9, 6 from the cutoff.
4 + 6 9 against ace queen 8 6.
And look, Pliashko is all in by default here, Alan, with the ace queen 8 6. Again, you might need 2 questions.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep in mind, as long as you're writing down that stuff, bro, I got you covered.
And this one is 50-50 as well, as we see the flop of Jack 10-3. Pliashko, the favourite to remain in this tournament, as we see the turn.
Of course,
Wow, nice.
Whoa!
It's for you, royal flush, bro. You just made the royal flush.
Not something we see every day, the royal flush.
Indeed.
Sit back down, Pliashko. He's probably raged that he only has 200k there after getting such a massive hand.
Indeed.
But better than being knocked out.
Oh.
Yeah. 50, please. Thank you.
See Duarte there, Dan, topping up another 50k. He's probably in for about 150 at this stage, if not more. But again, it's probably the bare minimum he's in for at this stage. He is not afraid to play some deep stack PLO 5 cards.
In for a penny, in for a pounding.
Wow, I mean, pounding is definitely the accurate term to be used there. This game is going to get bigger, Dan, and unfortunately it's going to happen off stream, but don't forget, guys, we will have some more cash game action tomorrow.
Something very similar. Looks like it's going to be 5 card again, around the exact same time again.
Yeah, I think just 2. Who won last hand? Who won last hand?
Could be a similar lineup, could be a different lineup. You'll have to tune in to find out.
Indeed. We don't know the exact details as of yet. All we know, it will be a cash game stream, guys. Strong possibly it will be 5 card PLO again. Big smile on both Dan and I's faces.
5 players? 5 players?
5 players.
Thank you.
Philip betting 2k. Bottom set.
Two calls.
Bottom set just seeming so inferior when there's 4 other people that act behind you with 5 cards each.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, Dan, isn't it? You just have to be so so passive in general. It's just you know, backdoors, and obviously all this backdoor equity is obviously very, very relevant too. So as you always say, 4 cards are somewhat difficult as it is, but the fact that there's an extra card, like we said numerous times throughout the 6-hour stream, definitely doesn't make things any easier on the players. But either way, I have no doubt that these guys are more than experienced in these formats to understand when they should and shouldn't go crazy with certain hands. But we see a raise here from Dario with the middle set. And the gut shot to go along with that, and also the flush draw.
What a hand here for Dario.
A lot going on for sure, bro.
Set. Granted, it's only middle set, but it's better bottom set.
I don't mind.
Straight draw and a flush draw. I know his flush draw now isn't the greatest.
Oh, which one was the hand?
Ace, king, 10, 2 hearts.
But wow.
Turn, deuce of hearts. We're about to do
The tough spot for Philip, but
cheap bets, he
at the
calls.
same time again, doesn't have the flush draw to go along with the bottom set, so he needs to be careful here. Might be a spot he can get away from this, because he still has to worry about, well, maybe not so much about Ferry, but still reasonable hand to,
think he just has to put this in the muck, yeah.
I think so too, yeah, I think so too. I think it's one of those spots without the redraw to the flush, at least. Just going to have to get out of the way, I guess. Ferry, on the other hand, is going to be in the same boat, I guess.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. Dario's hand just looking very strong here. Check raising.
Multi-way like that.
Multi-way. Few people that act behind him.
Like every hand that
And already a bet and a call in front of him.
Indeed.
Don't tell us.
You can still go. You can still go. You're up. You're lucky so far. So maybe you can still go a nice holiday. 1800, 18,000.
18,000.
See, Ferry's still debating whether he wants to flick in a call here, but when you see bottom set being folded,
Everybody's a winner. Everything.
oh wow, he's really going to be running this, guys. This is going to be a big one, guys. This is going to be our first 100k pot, I think,
2 times?
and it is just 116k.
What's his reasoning behind this?
I'm not really sure, Dan. I think this is a little bit kind of maybe getting a little bit impatient, maybe a slight bit of tilt. I'm not quite sure, because I don't think other players will be getting this hand in. I think they will just be mucking this on the flop, but we are going to be running this down, and I'm assuming they're going to run it twice.
And this is by far the biggest pot of the night.
Indeed, 116k in the middle, guys, and they are running it twice, according to what Ferry said, or mentioned, or signalled, I should say, with his fingers. Dario in a very, very good shape here. Is he drawn dead here with the tick beside it in terms of outs? Because he does block a lot of Ferry's outs here with the 3.
It's like Ferry has a wrap, but it's not the greatest of wraps.
That's a different chop than we know in Holland. That's a. It's we've got a Colombian chop on the 5. This is gonna. Okay.
I think he has less.
The Ferry can't win.
This is the problem. He's literally getting this in dead. It's really, really bad shape here. He's dead.
So sick. 116k.
I don't think Dario can believe this situation. I just think this is a spot where Ferry doesn't have to do what he did, and he ended up doing it anyways.
Turn is the jack of clubs.
And that's it, Dan. GG Ferry for the first run out. I mean,
Wow.
GG Ferry full stop, I guess. Unless someone mentioned in the chat that unless the graphics counter is accounting for the mucked cards, which could make sense as well.
Sickness for Ferry there, although I feel like he could have got away from that one.
I do think so too, mate.
Dario going to be playing 122k, which is more than he would have if had he won the title as last night. I mean, he got 50 anyway, but I'm saying this is more than first. This pot is more than first prize for winning a 2k pot limit Omaha bracelet event.
that we commentated on last night.
And this is why I play cash games, Dan.
It's a good adjustment. Usually I say in these situations, Ali, I'm the guy who says, look, you're supposed to play really tight from the small blind here because of the person's in there, but I always have the argument, make them do it. I want to see that person put me in that spot before I just give them credit for doing it. And Saka, Saka I know, he's shown he has the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes people get a little timid in those spots. Oh, I can't limp here because he's going to raise me. But they don't. People are scared as well.
I mean, listen, it's kind of like prior action has earned this deference.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Right?
He's earned the fear.
Ace queen suited. Not a feared, or fearful rather, hand.
Again, it's just one of those hands that obviously you're loving to look down at ace queen suited. It's a great hand, but there's a lot of scary actions that happen behind you here after you raise. Potential scary actions.
Pocket eights for Julian.
Yeah.
The exact sort of hand composition that leaves you feeling like, why?
Why'd you tell me this?
Why, exactly.
Yeah, and against Prederoli, I think he knows Prederoli is not light. They both played a pretty similar game up to now on this final table. And I think from what we've seen from Julian so far and in previous tournaments I've seen him in, he'll just recognize that this just feels like an icky situation. Oh, okay, he is going to go for it. Wow, he does go for it, Ollie.
To his credit. Does have the best hand, but obviously very vulnerable. And let's see when it gets around.
But this is what I mean for Prederoli.
Oh, wait a minute. Saka, king, queen. That would have been one worthy of considerations had Julian gotten out of there. Prederoli would have found himself in great shape against Alan Saka, but instead now he is feeling deep levels of discomfort.
Yeah, I say you'll be looking down at this hand opening, but there are lots of actions that will make him feel sick, and this is one of them. Julian committing from the next seat, gazing around, checking the other stacks. Prederoli is not opening light from this spot. I mean, I'm kind of surprised he's done this with 8, Ollie.
Here's the thing, it looks better than 8s, doesn't it?
Oh,
it
looks
feels
a lot
better than 8s.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like this is ace-jack either. It's committing nearly 20 blinds. Could be a hand like 9s, 10s that's really not enjoying this as well.
But that's the argument in favor of playing it in this manner as opposed to passively. Not that he was considering a flat, but, you know, things to be considered. Oh,
wow,
and over the top goes Alessandro. And this...
Wow, a huge foot that neither of them wants to be in.
Leaves us playing a 23 million chip pot between the Italian and the Frenchman.
Big flip indeed, Julian.
Very big flip, yeah.
Saka's going to have company toward the top of the leaderboard, regardless of who wins this one, James.
20k flip, yeah.
Wow.
One of the byproducts of this higher variance approach taken by Julian.
Yeah, but this flip is probably worth like 40 or 50,000.
I think you're not helping them.
In equity.
You're not
It doesn't matter, it's already in there,
22, 23. I'm just kidding.
In equity, it is worth a lot.
To the flop we go. Ace and queen free. The 8s holding on. Jack 9, 6, 2 diamonds. 60% of the royal, though. For Alessandro, now the 8. How about it? Take the ace and the queen off the board, but put the non-board pairing clubs up.
And a 10, Ollie.
Yeah.
Julian with the set, and yes, the gut shot as well, not to be overlooked. Can Alessandro find it? Backdoor clubs.
Wow.
I think he covers.
Showers.
Just by a little, I think.
For Julian, we will do a count. These guys are just that close in chips, but I believe we've lost.
Wow.
Glory.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was such an interesting hand, Ollie. I mean, I would have found the fold twice, I think, but that's just me. but they managed to get it in. Two players recognized getting it in was bad, but the hands they decided were just too strong. Situation forced it. And maybe, Ollie, one on that bracelet.
Just you three.
Yeah.
Sounds juicy indeed. So I wonder if his chicken is as juicy as this cash game.
Indeed.
This one is a little bit low.
Shame of losing the fucking thing.
What happens to me? What happens in Amsterdam always is that heads up, guy gets stacked 2 times, 3 times, and still has to pay for his new stack for the for the stand-up.
Yeah, that's tilting. That is tilting.
Fold. Bunker.
They raise 1,000.
Haven't seen much from Philip then as of late. He's been relatively quiet from my perspective.
He had a score there about 6 weeks ago, 279k, and he was very aggressive, put on a masterclass. I think he got second in the end. He's been quiet at this table. He hasn't had too many big hands. I don't know what you call a big hand at this one. Things haven't gone too well for him, but he hasn't lost any massive pots, I don't think.
When he started to play 5 cards.
He's just sort of maintained around that 20k zone.
And then in the end,
hard to keep track of all the action. I don't remember seeing him re-enter. Maybe at the start.
Different than I thought in the beginning.
I'm sure we'll find out on the screen.
And
they show an update the chip counts.
It's a bit of a reach, but
You like this card?
no, that's a completely different. See, that is a completely different game.
Worst.
It's the worst. Who likes to play that shit? I really, because it's the worst, man. It really is the worst. So many people say that as well. So it's
Yeah.
It's
not even fun for flips.
It's just no, for flips it is fun. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Just because you're dead less often, so you can sweat to the river more often. But
If you keep it close, yeah.
But it's just terrible. Oof.
Yeah.
Just another.
Impossible to look at your cards.
That's another one. But it just plays terrible. I don't know why. It plays terrible. I guess because
the way you feel about this card, a lot of people feel about 5 cards wrong.
Oh come on! I don't think so. You think? You think people call 5 cards a stupid game? Not anymore. You have
when I'm losing.
Yeah, like any game, no?
Long time. It took me a long time to get.
Very with a big raise here.
Because when I started playing Holland PLO, I was playing low.
Yeah?
I started playing 5 cards. I was playing minimum 25-50, you know.
Yeah.
So it's. I'm not gonna play 1-2 just to get ahead. Try to know the game, you know. So.
I had kings. What is going on here? Look, I had kings.
You had kings?
I had kings. Like what the fuck?
3-way all in.
How do you fold kings?
Huh? I had kings. I'm like, I had raise all in.
Really shitty one.
With 46.8k in this pot.
Really kings?
I like my hand a lot.
Max with 58% equity. Very flopping a set and is still
Oh, now it makes sense. Kings, king, jack, and jack.
just
Wow.
33% to win this hand.
Who has the ace queen?
So twice, right?
Yeah, twice.
Yeah, it's
You really like
Twice.
I really like my hand twice. Yeah.
Twice? Twice, okay?
they're only burning one out, just 110.
Duarte, you want me to pour it?
Sure, it's this one, yeah. Yeah.
Turn is the 10 of diamonds and
Yeah, there it is.
See the tech map for
it's good for Max
Maxi!
on the first one.
Hey, now you do it fast, huh? Now the button goes very fast.
There's the second run out. It's the 8 of spades.
No spades, no good. This you? 7? Yeah, that's me.
50-50 between Ferry and Max as we hit the river. River is the 9 of hearts. Max wins both of them. Wow.
Oops. So I'm out.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. We're live. It's the final table of the Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty Edition. Live from the King's Resort in Rosendorf on a 30-minute delay. Tis myself, Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for the duration of this event until we have crowned yet another champion. All happening under one roof. The King's Resort in Rosendorf. €25,600 for the winner of this one from a €290 buy-in. First, second, and third all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Average stack is 4.422222 million. 44 big blinds and change. So they're still relatively deep at this FT. Let's see who we've got. We've got Andre, who has been crushing the table, playing almost 100 bigs coming into this final table. And Bora Toril with 91 bigs, and then Ahmed with 69, Koi with 38, Ron Jetta with 33, Jakob with 20, Nils with 17, Vincenzo with 14, and Adam is their shortest stack at this final table with a very workable 12 big blinds. We've got Romania, Germany, Israel, Slovakia, and Poland and Italy all being represented at this FT. Let's go. Spicy pink tuna saying no action mandate. Action man Dan today. Oops, I was muted. Must decay. Ket, yeah. Good one, buddy. Nice to have you with us all the same, Spicy pink tuna. We got some mystery bounties being pulled. €100. Mills re-jamming from the small blind for 15 bigs. Ahmed forced to throw away his small pair. Spicy pink tuna is feeling lucky anyway, very confident. We'd like to see you in the booth there, Spicy pink tuna. I'd say you're the one on the donkey dust, are you, on a Monday? Spicy pink tuna saying Nils has got a dirty stack or a stash. Spicy pink tuna, I'm just kidding. I ran out this weekend. Oh, brilliant. It's awful Moorish. None now for you until Halloween, maybe even Christmas. I gave up betting on the ponies back in my 20s, spicy pink tuna. Hopefully you'll understand that one and no one else will. Andre raising in the hijack. I was particularly fond of betting on the ponies in my younger years for sure. Queen 9-5 is the flop, and Andre with the toppest of pairs. Nils with an open ender. Four-way action. So it's going to go check, check, and Andre going to bet 275. I actually would like to see him bet a small bit bigger because he's betting into three players. Nils is going to call backdoor straight draw or backdoor flush draw and an open ender. So this pot getting a bit bloated now as we hit the turn. Turn is a big one for Nils. Drilling that one out of the park on the 8 of hearts. Turn. Now, what way does Andre want to play this? He's out of position. Do we start going into check call mode? Do we try get one more street of value? I think I prefer going into check call mode. Nils going to bet 400k. Quite a small bet. On these kind of boards, when our opponent checks the turn, you want to go a bit bigger. You're going to start building a pot with your nuts. It's a hand where you're going to get paid here on the turn. You mightn't get paid for a large sizing on the river, so now is the time to get value. River is the 7 of spades. Thing for Andre here as well, he blocks his opponent having some straight draws. Actually, now that I see Nils just has 1.2 million behind, or close to 1.3, I don't mind his smaller sizing on the turn. Doesn't really make much of a difference because he's going to go for the lot on the river anyway. Now any 6 makes a straight. Obviously the Jack 10. What do you think he's going to do in the chat here, folks? Do you call or fold here on the river? All vote now. $13 bigs for him to call. He can certainly afford it. Just doesn't really beat many hands. Even if he has a 10 for a blocker for the straight, he's going to lose against some 2-pair hands, some straights, some sets perhaps, a better queen high, or a better queen. Although a lot of his better queens probably just check back on the river. My, I don't know. I think Andre just made a good fold in the end. Spicy Pink Tuna says a wedding coming up in a few weeks, probably then. It's making a comeback. I've had 4 weddings already this year, Spicy Pink Tuna. 4 out of 5 I have completed. I've just 1 more to go. And then I hope wedding season is over for a long time. They're just so hard on the pocket. In more ways than one. and the mind, the body, and the soul. Also trying to get to the bloody things. Bonking Bonkers wants results. Don't really have results for you yet, buddy. Stay tuned. 9 remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €1,921. If your friend was on day 2, but he's not on this table, well then you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen there are 9 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 796. So therefore, unfortunately, your friend has not made the final table. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Adam about to get rinsed here. Ron with the ladies in the small blind. Adam, the Queen Jack suited, in dire straits. Just 19% equity, 2.42 million in this pot up for grabs. Up his ace jack. Turn is the 10 of hearts. River is the 3 of clubs. So we're going to lose Adam in 9th place. That means 8 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €2,400. Andre opening from under the gun, +1 of Vincenzo. Going to take advantage of the loose opener. Going to re-jam from the big blind with ace-10 offsuit. A lot of the time you just see a player calling the big blind here, but he recognizes and has awareness towards his opponent going to be having a very wide range, playing the guts of 100 big blinds. Andre forced to let it go. We see the mystery bounty. €100. Average stack close to 50 big blinds now. Ron Jett in the cutoff. Ace 9 suited. Jakob might shove this one, you know, with fives facing a cutoff open. Does have good fold equity there with 18 bigs. Decides to let it go. Understandable with these ICM considerations. So the 7-3 suited. Now he's got 2 pair on the turn on the Jack 9 7-3 board. Nearly $1 million in this pot also. 2 pair going to check. Flush does come in on the turn. Ron has 2 options here. He can check behind for pot control or bet small again. Doesn't have to bet too small. Anything up to about 600k. Checking probably the superior option there. Does check. Ace spades rolls off. Any 10 now makes a straight. Really, really bad river here for the big blind. He could bet like 250 or even smaller. Jeez, he's gone for tiny. 125 is the bet. And Ron might pay this one off for this sizing. Does pay the man. Border Toral playing 9.4 million now. By the way, orange chips that are still in play are 5k. Green chips are 25k. The white chips are 100k. And those pink chips you see in front of the players are all $500,000 each. And the 2 Romanians fighting it out for the chip leader at this final table. And they all have pretty healthy stacks in first, second and third here. Then Ron and Coy with 31 bigs each in the middle of the pack. And Niels And Jakob, 29 bigs, 15, and Vincenzo, the clear short stack. Well, Jakob and Vincenzo, the clear short stacks with 15 and 13 bigs, respectively. Still 8 players remaining. Blinds are up. Small blind is now 60k. Big blind is now 120k with 120k running big blind ante. That's 61, 21, 20. Nils going to take it down with the kings. Andre completing with 9-6, and Ahmed is going to put the pressure on. Quite a lot of pressure as well, by the way. Raised to 620,000 with the Jack 6 suited. Koi raised to 290 here with ace queen off suit. Ron with a decision here. Andre staying active as he should. Ron with the pocket tens. And like I say, if he's going to 3-bet out of position, wants to be making it about 4x. Goes for a 3-bet to 800k. $550 more for Andre to call. Ron takes it down with the 3-bet. Nils calling the 250 here. Andre opening with the ace-5 suited. Four, eight, five deuce is the board. Andre with the best of it here. That queen on the river changes things. 1.6 million in the pot now. Andre checking over 2 nils. Now nils. So now he could get some value here. The flush does come in on the river. It shouldn't deter him from betting, but it does. I think he's missed out on some value there. Oh no, he's gone for a bet, betting 325. I thought he checked back. Andre is going to let that one go. Not liking that river. And guys, bird with the word here. The bird is the word. Is informing me that there is still a 25k bounty in play. And a 10k bounty in play. And a 1k bounty in play. So that changes things dramatically at this final table. There is €25,600 up top, and there is still a 25k bounty in play. Meaning, if you get that bounty, it's the same as winning this tournament. So nobody wants to bust before the other. And the bigger stacks just want to keep peppering the shorter stacks with the jab. Shorter stacks will have to make moves. There's not just ICM pressure here. There's 3 10k tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe. There's 3 bounties in play. A 25k, a 10k, and a 1k. This is a sick scenario. And I don't know what players are meant to do with certain holdings here, because this sort of a tournament, a mystery bounty, it really can be a mystery. You've got the ICM pressure, the tickets to the WSOP, and the bounties now. So buckle up, guys, because we're in for a bumpy one. This could go on for quite some time. This isn't going to play out like your regular final table. So much at stake. One mistake and it could all be over. Linguini is in the house, says hello. Hello, Linguini. Jack's here for Coy. Tenzo shoving all in, and we're going to have more action here. Coy going to have to call here with the Jacks. He is still thinking about it. He can't fold. It's only 10 bigs total. Here we go. Big moment for both players involved. And it says it's a bit of a nit roll, and although his message was deleted by a moderator, I would be inclined to agree with you. Can't be folding there once we've opened. How do I reach these keys? Queen 7 deuce is the flop. He's out flopped Coy. Well, it was a coin flip. Turn is a deuce of diamonds. River is the ace of diamonds. Coy forced to play the man, and they're going to be playing identical stacks going forward, 21 big blinds apiece. And it says, what language did he speak? That was English. There is always something on this channel, but we're trying to moderators abuse their authority. Bird runs a tight ship. He is firm and fair. Nice to have you with us, Anis. Hope you're keeping well. Bora Toral raising to 240 in the hijack with ace-8 suited. And that's going to be enough to take down the blinds and antes. And it says, how can I understand you? Oh, it's just telekinesis. Anna says, how are you doing, Dan? I'm pretty good, Anis, to be honest. I'm better than I was last few times on a Monday. I didn't actually end up going to the doctor. I seem to have just got better one day. And I'm back training now. And eliminating the carbs little by little from the diet. No alcohol now in a few weeks either. So yeah, I'm feeling really good coming into September. Thanks for asking. Blue King says, how do we reach these keys? Finally, someone comes back. I was watching that clip earlier, ECW. I love South Park. South Park, It's Always Sunny. I've been watching Brazic lately. It's now on Netflix. But I'm planning on watching an absurd amount of poker. Maybe even going to play a bit going forward. So that's my plan for the winter months. Koi with the flush here. Going to take that one down. Not much happening there for Ron Jetta. Nils taking down the blinds and antes with the ladies. UCW says, do I know Trailer Park Boys? Of course I know Trailer Park Boys. You gotta become the liquor, Randy. Borator with 77 bigs is your ship leader. Andre with 61 and Ahmed with 60. Nils with 40. Ron Jetta with 34. Koi with 23. Vincenzo 21 and Jakob is your shortest stack playing 10 big blinds. Bird says he knows the South Park episode. Brilliant. Ron Jetta with the bad boys. has to take down the blinds and antes. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the final table of the €290 buy-in Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We are on a 30-minute delay. Greetings if you're tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. I can't believe we have almost 63,000 followers on Twitch alone. Makes me very happy to see that. Koi will take down the blinds and antes with his ace-king. Ladies popping off again. Nil's going to make it 2:45 to go from early position. And we do have over 25,000 subscribers as well on YouTube. We're going to have action here. Jakob shoving from the hijack. Queen 9 off suit. Really a little bit loose here, even if he is the shortest stack at the table. Especially with those bounties in play. Oratorial gonna call, of course. And here we go. Jakob will be happy to see he's got 30% equity here. It is 70-30 in the Ace King's favour. Jakob, the at-risk player, of course. Six, 4, 4 is the flop. Turn is the 7 of clubs. And looks like we're going to lose Jakob unless he hits a queen or a 9 on the river. And it can't be a club. 94%, 100%. Jakob Riska has been eliminated. And Boratoral now playing over 10 million chips. He will take home €2,400 for his efforts. 7 remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,500. Anis, I know you're having the crack, but you're being a bit excessive there. Don't want to be annoying the moderators. Come on, man. You're a great fan of this channel. Can't we all just get along? How do I reach these kids? Pocket 9's min raising from under the gun. Under the gun now we have 7-handed, so just bear that in mind. So exciting, so much to play for here. Three betting to 950 from the big blinds is nils with his jacks. As ECW says, it's all the time action time. Lights, camera, action, let's go. Now the action's going to be back on Koi. It's unlikely Nils is attacking from the big blind here with a very weak range. He kind of has to have it, and that's why you're going to see nines go in the muck. It's a really, really good fold there from the pocket nines. Coratorial with 8 suited in the hijack. And raises. Ahmed taking that one down with a 3-bet. Nice 3-bet from Ahmed there. Getting ace-8 suited out of there. Anis, you got a timeout because you were being a bold boy. Now, come on. How do I reach these keys? Behave. Anis, the first thing I said is we never have troubles with you. I know it, but maybe you're a bit giddy up on your horsey there on this Monday afternoon. Who knows? I just want to make sure Bird's life is as easy as it possibly can be, considering he's the only moderator in the chat right now, and he's also at work. Thank you, as you were. Anis has been a big fan of the channel for as long as I can remember. It's all good in the hood. Jack's out again. Jax will take that one down. Andre with the goods here, raising to 250. Ahmed 3-betting to 750. Not sure what Andre wants to do here. Click back 4-bet sounds best to me. They are very similar in chips. He could make it like 1.65 billion here. 1.75 million. 1.85 million. And lo and behold, he makes it 1.65 million. This 4-bet is like McDonald's. I'm loving it. I like the sizing a lot. And Ahmed now deciding what he wants to do. It's only 900k more for him to call, but he just has ace queen off suit. And although he is in position, Andre going to be looking very strong here. First 4-bet I think we've seen at this final table. He's really thinking this one through, wondering how often Andre could be bluffing here, but does eventually let it go. Hans Solo is in the house. He says, well, when you have power, you have to use it. Well, with great power comes great responsibility and all that jazz. Nice to have you with us, Hans Solo. Hope you're keeping well. This is back in the game. Says suited you can call, offsuit I think I let it go. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And Solo says, thanks Dan, doing okay, would be better with a lottery win so don't have to work no more. Oh, we all want to win the lotto. I'm going for a gigantic raise here. $500,000 to go. The ace jack off suit. Anna says, damn, that is a big raise. Yeah, it was over 4 times the big blind. It was a big boy raise for sure. And Solo says, not being greedy, €5 million is more than enough. Oh, wow. Yeah, I used to think 1 million would do. Oh, it'd be grand if I won 1 million, but yeah, I would want about 5 these days. Just to make sure you can put your feet up for the rest of your life. Ace 5-3 is the flop, and Ron with the Jack 8 of clubs opening, and Andre completing in the big. Ron will take that one down. A small bet. And I'm getting information here, guys, that we are going on a dinner break for the guts of 25 minutes. It's a little bit early for me. My dinner won't be ready for nearly another hour, but it looks like that's what's happening. Look at those gorgeous graphics in the background, that midnight blue. It looks like they're talking about it. I've got information. We're going on a break, so that's what's happening here. Going on a break for the guts of 25 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the show. This final table, really, with 7 players remaining, just feels like it's getting started. So much money up for grabs. There's tickets, there's bounties. It's all happening under one roof at the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. I'll see you all in a few moments.
This is Youssef. pocket tens. 20 big blind stack. I think the short stack, Danielle, who's sitting on 11 big blinds, has a legitimate decision here with ace jack and decides to put it in. Sebastian is interested, and why would he not be with ace king suited? Youssef, well, I mean, he's committed here, making it 17,000 from a 60k stack. He's got to put it in with the tens once Sebastian comes in with a cold 4-bet. 4-bet does come in. Action with Youssef. I mean, this is the problem with the sizing, isn't it really, Henry? A real good example of why this 6x really doesn't have that many benefits. Whereas a min raise here, he can get away easily enough with the action that has followed, but he's totally committed, I think. With the tens, does pull the trigger, puts the tens in, and we're going to see three-way action. Two players short, but Josef with the pair of tens. Well, this is good for tens. No diamond, no paint, no ace. 70% for Youssef. That's Youssef in your screen. All in with the tens.
A huge spot here to go from 20 to over 50 bigs. Well, the one piece of paint that he didn't mind seeing, Queen of Diamonds.
Danielle on the ropes. Jack, and Jack only. Doesn't come from his busto. Danielle eliminated. Now what a pot for Youssef.
Hey, you know the fold, mate. You know, reverse implied odds, kiddo.
Watch the 5-5 flop.
I mean, watch the 5-5 flop, and watch the 500 other boards where it doesn't come 5-5, with 11 left in the main event.
4 players. 4 players.
I mean,
even the dealer's kind of going, what the hell is going on here? It's like we're getting a flop every hand. Well, something for everyone. Kaiser's connected, bottom pair. Good shot for Andrea. Top for Stinka. And Sammy has hit top pair.
And what would have happened if we defended King 5 offsuit out of the big blind?
Well, you're probably check folding now, given that Sammy's 3-bet.
Okay, just now we're folding top pair out the big blind.
Absolutely. Andrea.
Furious.
Folding, absolutely. And you can see him nodding his head, looking in disgust at Stinka. Stinka with the goods here. Moves all in. Sammy's calling. I think Sammy goes with this, Henry. In a spot of bother here. He calls it, Henry. And it's goodbye, Sammy. I can't see a way out, obviously. 10 ball would get him out of trouble.
Zweimal nicht geraced, Alter, heftig. Das ist König. König 10.
The flat pre.
König Dame.
Looks like it's going to earn a massive 7.4 million pot. Sammy made top pair. 3-bet and now calls the 4-bet from Stinka.
No race. Really. Come on,
on
Jack
the
on the river.
turn. Now, Jack for the straight, 10 for 2 pair. I mean, it'd be absolutely brutal. Were Sammy to hit here, Stinka almost stoic as he just sits down, and the Jack on the river.
Come on. Don't race, S-King. Don't race. Bravo. Yeah.
This is just unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
Stinker. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bisset, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining Jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bisset with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot.
Feels like the type of hand it would be a disaster to raise fold, right? Versus this lineup. No. Okay.
I mean, that would have been just high-level stuff. The flat call with the queens after the undergun limped. 3.5x raise from Santos with the queens. USEP folds, and now Mr. Bond with ace-9.
Looks back at the ace before looking at his second card. Nope, hasn't improved. Still the 9 of spades. So the big blind Get through as well. Oh, wow.
It's cooler. And look, Jack will be in the bin.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, we're going into
Robert
break as well.
Kukoska. I mean, it's over. There's no escape, Henry. He's going to put his money in. Never doubted it. Georgios, I mean, this is just a snap fold. But the noteworthy part of this fold is that one of the jacks will be going over the line. Snap call from Santos with the queens.
Yeah.
It's a really bad situation.
Spades working for Robert. As Finton mentioned, one of his jacks already dead. So it's a one out type of situation. You can see his reaction. I mean, it's pretty grim, man. He's been so patient with his short stack and
absolutely horrible.
Finally chipped up a little bit and just gets jacks into queens. Well,
chop possibility?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll take a sweat, right?
Well, that's the end of that. Jack of hearts, and Jack of hearts only to save Robert. Well, Robert has Santos covered, but it's a big blow for Robert. Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgios wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. He needed 25. Oh boy.
Well, I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Yusuf, knuckle it, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20 is fine.
Now, if I'm Georgios and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is six sizing here. Does just call. That's some very excited hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgios misses. 705,000. Now, Youssef, please go super small, Youssef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgios considers the check raise. Do you know, it'd be even better, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georgios has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like king queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down, 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there.
Well, hello, King Kong.
Say pocket kings.
14k. Radoslav.
Wow, what?
Whoa.
This is
what is going on? Oh man, this is unbelievable stuff.
What?
I mean, Radoslav, I'm not understanding this flat call. I mean, okay, free bet. Perhaps I might get with it, but what a situation for Josef, who now looks down at aces. I mean, Eyal is screaming for action, but little does he know that this is a serious situation. In fact, both stacks look very similar. There's no escape.
Yeah, a really sick spot, obviously. As cold as it comes pre-flop. Guess Radoslav just frustrated, hasn't really managed to get involved at all since he joined, but I mean, he's only played like an orbit. Interesting to note that 9-5 suited flat from early position. Eyal in trouble. It's an interesting one as well, because Youssef has been pretty snug pre.
Well, I mean, Eyal never getting away from this snap call from Youssef. Eyal in desperate shape here.
A couple of clubs.
Clubs helps, for sure. So running clubs, or that king of spades that's still in the deck. 8% Eyal.
I love that shot from the camera team,
Class.
by the way.
Absolutely class graphics from our production team, showing the two players that are all in. Deuce, end, well, I was going to say end of story. It's a one-outer. King of spades and king of spades only needed for Eyal to survive. Doesn't happen. Well, it's brutal, isn't it, Henry? I mean, what can you do with kings? You just get your money in. Cut off, Mr. Bond, 7-6. I think I'm just junking this. The likelihood of Jan letting rip is quite high. You don't want to be doubling up a short stack. Not a player as good as Jan Jorgensen. Just let this go. Stinka. Well, he's going to have to start generating some activity soon, Miha Stinka. But now with King 2, Jan's going to let rip, no doubt. And a snap call from Robert Kokoska. Big moment. Massive moment. Jan Jorgensen all in. 10-5, he's live. Robert Kukoska just snapped him off. He had the money in quicker than Jan did. And rightly so, with ace-9 blind v blind. Big moment.
Don't even know if he looked at his cards there.
Jan? Yeah, I think he
just jammed blind.
Auto shoved. So, 5, that helps. Wow. 10-5 goes into the lead. Jan now. 3-1 favourite. Robert Kukoska. This will hurt him big time. It'll leave him with just 300k. 6 bigs. Robert second shortest on the table. Well, straight draw on the turn for Robert, so 3 good, 9 good obviously, an ace. This is a big moment, Henry. Well, a 3 for the straight.
No way. Disgusting. No. Wow.
We lose the big Dane. It's a pity. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil BC, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond
How can you read this guy?
turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bise with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot.
call the bounties? Yeah, he give bounty to you, and you pay us after out. He give to all the... You pay us out. Maybe here, next break, you shop at the button and then we transfer in the break. I asked him that he said.
Okay, so let's continue. Last 5 minutes of this level.
With these two big bounties in there, it's yeah, it's good. It's good for all. Best deal for everyone. If not, it's no risk anymore. If not at the 25, it's not the 25 and 10. 70. Say 60.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. 7 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,500. If you're just tuning in on this Monday evening, it's the €290 buy-in, the final table of the Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan. I am your Irish pundit for the duration of this event. What an event it is, or has been. 7 players battling it out for that top prize of over €25,000. There's a couple of massive big boy bounties left as well, a 25k, a 10k, and a 1k. Also, top 3 finisher is going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, taking place at King's in less than a month's time. Ron raising under the gun there with the ace jack. Quite defending with 6-2 suited. Probably a bit wide for my liking. Ron just going to take this one down with a bet for 230. Coy with ace queen here in the small blind, 16 bigs. Wants to be raised, calling this one or straight up ripping. Blinds have just gone up as well, by the way. 80, 160, 160. Vincenzo going to bet here. He's going to call 180 with his flush draw. Ron going for one here on the ace jack 9. 2 spade flop. 4 diamonds rolling off on the turn. 2 of hearts on the river. If Ron checks again here now, Vincenzo wants to be turning his hand into a bluff with A40 in this pot. Ron has to know he can't win by checking as well, though, so he's going to go for a bluff here. And that will get the job done. So Ron opening from the button. King Jack of clubs going to defend. Got a 240 here on the King 762 hard flop. Where Thorl is just going to call. He could have elected to 3-bet this one as well, pre from the big. Turn goes check, check, and that river is music to Ron Jetta's ears. Was the best hand now. Still a dicey enough board. Very straighty, flushy board here on the river. That's 300k. Oratorial gonna call. Guess the bad news. Ron is now over 7 million. Nice river. Gets paid. Mills raises with the ace jack offsuit. Andre was going to defend here in the big blind with king 5 suited. Goes betting the call. 1.4 million in the pot now as we see the turn. Turn is the ace of clubs. The board is king 6 ace ace. Nils of trips. Andre checking again. Now this turn provides Andre with a flush draw, and a pretty good flush draw at that. The no flush draw, even if it is a pair board. 750 is the bet. I think Andre's hand is going to be a bit too good to let go on the turn. The counter argument to that is if you hit your flush, you check, you mightn't get paid. There's a bit of a reverse implied odds, but his hand is just going to be too good to let go. He can also still be ahead, of course, with a king. The river comes the 7 of hearts. Nils can have hands like Queen Jack and Queen 10 as bluffs. Could have some other bluffs as well. Some random air balls. Although they are less likely, of course. Wants to bet about 1.2, 1.4 million here. Goes for 1.2. Now, your opponent's raised from early enough position. Under the gun +1. He's bet flop, bet turn. Now going for about 40% sizing here on the river. Be a tough call to make. And Andre decides that his opponent can have enough bluffs to make this a profitable call. He's going to call. He's going to get the bad news, and that's a big shift in momentum there. Nils now playing 7.5 million. I actually thought the King 5 was going to just let that one go, but decides there's going to be enough of those hands I aforementioned to make it a profitable call. Does call, gets the bad news. Apocalypse is in the house. Good evening, guys and girls, he says. Good evening, Apocalypse. Nice to have you with us. For the tour, just going to C-bet here from the cutoff on the Queen 8 deuce. Playing close to 10 million once again. Poor tour will take it down with the 10-7 of clubs. Huckler says, still not got the sword. No, you haven't got the sword, man, but you have my axe. You're in Viking country, so you don't need a fake sword. Yeah, there you go. Never mind, he says. That reminds me of that Nirvana album. I was listening to some Nirvana at the weekend and realizing I can't headbang anymore considering I'm bald, but I listened to the album nonetheless. Some teenage angst came out of me. Listen to some Limp Bizkit then in Linkin Park. Bit of old school Eminem. Ace Jack 10 is the flop. Andre just going to bet with his Ace 4. Ron lets it go. You're going to see a lot of that. Just bet and take it down. There's so much at stake here. Apocalypse says, any music conversation that doesn't include Oasis is acceptable right now. Well, that's the first time you mentioned it there. I didn't mention it today, but yes, it has been a topic of high consideration over the weekend also. I miss Coldplay. I would have went to see Coldplay. I've seen them before. But yeah, I won't be looking back in anger that I didn't get tickets because I didn't try. I couldn't give a cares. Ron going for large-ish sizing because Ahmed decided to limp with his deuces. Bit of an unconventional limp, but he will see a flop. Ron with the king-queen offsuit. Ron will take that one down on the king 9-3. Not much to talk about there. Although we could talk about the deuces. I don't think you want to be limping at an FT with 7 players remaining there with those small pairs from early position. They're just not going to play well enough. So we see a 3-bet from Andre in the big blind, and I like this. It's going to get respect. It looks pretty strong. Action back on Nils, and he's going to call with the pocket nines. We're off to the flop with 2.885 million already out there up for grabs. 9-6-7 is the flop. 2 hearts. Nils with top set. Andre in a tough spot here, whether to bet or check. It's just such a horrible board for him, for his particular hand. If he's going to bet, wants to bet something around 750, 800, 850. Goes for 750. You can still rep all the over pairs, etc. And Nils just wants to smooth call this one, although he might decide to put more pressure on. I would prefer to see him just call, although there is a lot of bad turns and rivers. And he does go for the raise to 2.1 billion. And Nils will take that one down, but I feel like the superior play there is to just call. Having said that, your opponent will have all the overpairs that he will have to stack off with or put in more money. There's 2 ways of looking at it. Probably more than 2 ways. Apocalypse says he saw Coldplay at the Etihad years ago. Incredible show. Christy Moore came out when I went to see them, Apocalypse, at Oxygen. About, wow, I don't know what age I was. It must have been, we're talking about 14 years ago, 15 years ago, maybe. Apocalypse said, this dude with the Madrid shirt on better not be Mbappe on the back. Vincenzo all in from the hijack. And looks like the ace-10 went in the muck there. Very shocked to see that one getting folded. So it's going to be too strong of a hand. Unless I've missed something there. Things getting closer at the top. 61 bigs for Buratoril. Nils with 56 bigs. Ron with 46. Ahmed with 34. Koi with 19. Andre with 19. And Vincenzo, your clear short stack at this 7-handed affair, playing only 8 big blinds. That king of diamonds here on the turn, all in and call. Jack 10 against Jack 10. Does not want to see a diamond. It's the ace, and they will chop it up. That would have been a sick way to go out if you're Vincenzo. Bit ambitious shoving that one pre, considering Ahmed is just going to call the majority of his range there. But they will chop it up and move on to the next hand. Say what you want about Ahmed. Putting the 9-5 of hearts to work, getting pocket nines to fold on the button. That all happened very fast. I don't know if the nines should be mucking there. Having said that, looks extremely strong, that 3-bet coming from the big blind. We haven't seen much of Ahmed doing things like that, and we wouldn't expect him to have the 9-5 of hearts. So Ron opening under the gun here, flopping best on ace queen 3. He's got the king of hearts to boot. Bottom pair for Koi. Humble bet, very small and take it down. Vincenzo shoving from under the gun, 1.2 million total. All the way around to the big blind for Ron Jetty. Wants a count. Got to remember those bounties are still in play. I predict we will actually see him call for 1 million more, considering he has 50 bigs. Queen 10 suited going to play very well, but not when you're up against King 10 suited, it won't. Just stick it in, and here we go. One spade, 9-3 deuce, one heart. Turn is the 8 of spades, gives flush draw to Vincenzo and a straight draw to Ron. Vincenzo looking for the double up and gets there. Didn't need a spade, but does hit the flush on the river. Ron too much, still playing 7 million. Vincenzo now playing 2.6. Ace King for Koi. A lot of players would just rip 13 bigs. I like that he's min raising. Well, actually, he's going for a huge raise. I stand corrected. Takes it down nonetheless. Result is the same. Blind v blind once again. Queen 9 against the King 5. Ace King 6 is the flop. Goes check, check. Turn is another ace. Andre taking that one down with the best of it. Tens for Ron. In raising from under the gun +1. 985 is the flop. Ahmed is going to call from the small. 330 is the bet from Ron. Ahmed is moving all in. I don't really understand why Ahmed is moving all in here. This is a huge rip. We've got an overpair. And although 10s are looking great, some of the hands we would beat would contain a 10. Like, it's bad for us to have the 10 of diamonds. We would want our have the 10 of diamonds. I wouldn't be shocked to see an overpair being folded here if you're Ron. Ron's been accumulating nicely, and this is a massive chunk of his stack. This is absurdly overplayed here from Ahmed. I don't really understand what he's doing. He's got backdoor heart draw working for him. He's got second pair. Surely, if he was going to do anything, he could maybe check raise. I would expect to just see him check call. I'm flabbergasted to see him just rip here for 5.8 million. That's a lot of big blinds. These guys might know each other's game, and he's talking to him. What do you think's going on here? Let me know in the chat. All vote now. Is he going to call? Who's he going to call? Ahmed. Hiyasi. Now, if you know your opponent and you know he can have something like a diamond draw here, or maybe ace 9, king 9, a lot of the times you're going to be up against a combo draw. And if he's going to have a combo draw, you would want it to contain the 10 of diamonds. We have the 10 of diamonds, so there's less of those combos out there. Oh, dear. And Ahmed went all in so fast as well. And he looks like he's impatient. That impatience would make me want to call him. Surely he looks a bit nervous. Ron doesn't seem to be studying his opponent, just studying the situation. If you look at Ahmed, yeah, look, there you go. Ron's going to fold because he thinks Ahmed has to have a set or 2 pair or something like that. But the way Ahmed was holding his cards and taking his hand off, it seemed like he seemed quite nervous to me. And Ron's going to be pretty disgusted that he's folding an overpair, but c'est la vie. Like I said, I wouldn't be shocked to see an overpair go into the muck. Ahmed just carelessly ripping in record time there. I had to take my sunglasses off and look at the situation on that one. Couldn't believe my ears. Someone had said all in. Oratorial raised to 325 with the Queen 8 suited. All the way around to the big blind. 10-6 off suit. Players are standing up, so it looks like we're going on a break after this hand. We're going on another break. We're going on a bear hunt. Burator and Nils fighting it out at the top. Ahmed basically 5 big blinds behind the chip leader, give or take. Sorry, they're all within 10 big blinds of each other, first, second, and third. And Ron not too far behind then. Andre with 26 bigs. Koi with 13 and Vincenzo with 12. They're really going to fight it out at the bottom. No one wants to bust before the other. We're going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes, folks. So I'm going to eat the rest of my dinner. We'll keep it right here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Nine players on our feature table. Average stack, well, it's about 310k. 120 odd players remain. This is the Mayo Man folding the 6-5 suited connectors. This is the short stack Minerva, just under 20 bigs with ace king suited.
Yeah, we saw him raise
6k.
Off a short stack, and he's going to do the same again with ace king.
6 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass.
Ooh,
Well, dream scenario really.
Yeah.
The super aggro player Matteo, ace queen, he's going to look at the stack, do the maths and go, well, look, my biggest exposure is 100k, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's put it in. And here is the 3-bet. Ace queen on the button.
Yeah,
and it's going to be priced in when Saskia 4-bets.
Yeah. Sometimes online players struggle with, because when you're playing online you can see exact stacks. But yeah,
I know, yeah, that's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I reckon Armad was doing there? I could be wrong. He just wants to show. He just wants to know the exact stack size of Saskia.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd ever any intention of getting involved, but just using the opportunity to get a chip count from one of the players in a great situation. I mean, it's the dream, isn't it? With the big slick getting it all in versus ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah, Matteo did nothing wrong there. His hand, he pretty much had to 3-bet it, and once he does, he has to call it off because of the price.
And king on the flop, which means it's end of story. Bar runner for a straight, it's all over.
Yeah.
I think, I'm sure I heard Armid going, I knew you were going to shove there.
Yeah, I heard that too, yeah. Oh, there's a small chance.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Small chance.
Well, running queens definitely would work also. And you can see Saskia, that's just not right. That is just not right, I'm sorry.
That is brutal.
Wow. Thank you so much.
That is so horrible.
Oh, that's sick.
20 big blind, my friends.
So horrible for
20 big blinds, my friends, I think is what Matteo was saying.
Yeah.
Saskia,
I mean, he's right. He's right.
Not a
It's
brutal
standard, but
I mean, Saska's seen this before. There's no doubt he's very experienced, and I mean, Stud, very accomplished stud player. So he's seen a lot of funky stuff in his day. But that is a huge spot, really, isn't it? Getting close to the money.
Yeah.
It's just the way it happened there more than that.
And he's played. Yeah, it's great to see all the guarantees being hit.
Yeah, and I mean, there was pretty decent guarantees there, even the mixed games, which don't tend to attract big numbers. All of these guarantees getting met, which is great. So we're looking at two big stacks. Cecil with the real hand here on the button, but Eric Nitro going to 3-bet with the King 9 just to try and establish his presence here. He's just arrived, and the Dutchman and the big blind Raoul just gets rid of his cards and lets the two big boys fight it out. Some kind of setup, but Eric Nitro 3-betting. I mean, he's going to get so many hands to fold, but Ace King is never folding here.
No.
And we could see a 4-bet. It is a 4-bet there.
Yeah, it is a 4-bet.
Sizing is quite small.
Did it quite flamboyantly as well. Now, Eric really should just be folding unless he wants to get very adventurous and 5-bet.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe 5-bet is a consideration. What kind of sizing would be going? I mean, it's going to be.
You go absolutely tiny. Like, you basically, if you go tiny and represent aces or kings, you'll get quite a lot of folds. The problem is it's just so much of a stack now. I think the prudent thing here is just to wave the white flag.
Well, that's just sick. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff.
That is incredible.
I mean, what a statement. Eric Nitro, this is just, I mean, what a statement from the Italian who's just sat down. He's putting all his chips in with King 9 offsuit.
Yeah.
I'm Cecil. I mean, I'm not strong enough to make this call if I'm Cecil. I'm just going, okay, you got me. I'm not willing.
This might work though. Cecil really doesn't like this. He's basically been asked to put almost all his stack in.
It's not too dissimilar to the hand we've seen between the Dutch player Raoul and Matteo earlier. And it's the second time we've seen Ace King fold a pre.
Wow, that is.
Well, I mean, this is just a license to kill now, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Kevin is thinking about this, like, his hand is good enough to shove here if there was no ICM. Instead he's gone for the raise, which allows him to raise fold just near the bubble. Yeah, I quite like this play because most of the hands that will shove over his raise, he's going to be in bad shape against. And if just the big blind calls, he has a very nice hand, which plays well.
Albert makes the call. Angelo gets out of the way. Christian folds the King 4 off, and now action with Lord Mulligan. going to be putting the 10-3 in the junk. Interesting, small blind, ace-8, snap folds, and now Filippo, 8 deuce.
This deuce suited, like, it's a pretty looking hand, but we're very near the bubble, and this near the bubble, you're not going to want to get it when we're writing the money. You'd be more likely to fall there. And Clement's going to feel great about this now. He's going to be happy to go with this. He has less than 2 times stack left behind. He's hit top pair. He's probably going to just bet and call if there's a raise, and probably shove the turn if it's a call. I don't know, he's just called. Interesting.
Well, I mean, Albert's going to go with this.
Yeah, now Albert has a flush draw, not flush draw, and a gut shot as well. Clement has 2 pairs, so fact he's hit 2 pair doesn't change all that much. I guess he's pulled ahead of ace. Well, no, he was already ahead of ace queen, so yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy, sick alert. But Albert here, I mean, the raise
Albert
on the
has
flop, I just didn't expect the raise.
Yeah. Albert tends to cover, so I think Clement is actually debating whether this is even a call now. He does make a call though. He had clock called on him there as well. They're so close to the money that it's possible Clement is stalling a little bit, trying to maximize the chance of getting into the money. He has just been getting a lot of garbage. I mean, we did see him open Jack 10 in a relatively early position not too long ago, so I think it's mostly just a case of he's been getting absolute garbage. And I think this
is the end of the line, I think, for Filippo.
Yeah. He's going to need to hit a 10.
And Mark with the jacks has him absolutely crushed. Ace Queen, Jack up. I'm putting this in if I'm Jack up. I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't care.
I have to think about how many hands am I dominate by compared to how many do I dominate, and you can imagine that.
Oh boy! Hello.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Okay.
Just like that.
What a time
well,
to find
the jacks are going to fold now. Mark's going to fold the jacks, and Filippo is just hating life at the moment.
Absolute carnage.
I mean, it's crazy stuff, really.
Mark,
Jordan
what is happening here?
Well, actually, Jordan is the biggest shove, 219. So it's 189 back. It's 15 bigs, right?
So, yeah, they're all on
Mark can afford this. He's going to try and convince himself he's up against ace king, ace queen.
Yeah, that would be the dream.
I mean, Filippo is just hating life at the moment. He just knows he's absolutely
but
dead.
my pens are not good here.
You said fold, and can I fold
He did
face
fold,
up?
yeah,
You
very
said,
good
of
fold
course
there.
you can.
And fold, yeah. Ace Queen is in surprisingly good shape here. Probably thought he was closed too much.
5 of spades, 3 of hearts, and 7 of clubs. And Filippo is just like going, yeah, this is so typical. Everybody picking up a hand at the table, pretty much everyone. 8 of clubs, not significant at all.
Yeah, the kings are in great
So,
shape now.
kings for Jordan, what a scenario for him. 3 on the river. Nothing too funky happening. Best hand holds. He has both the short stacks covered.
Queens for Hostetler. Action ends for Wojciech. Just with the call. King Jack of clubs for Mohammed. In the small blind. Really reluctantly moving his last 46k across the line from the small here.
46,000.
The action back to Hostetler. Is he just going to move all in over the top? Most likely he could just flat. Goes for the flat. And now Wojciech with the decision. But with a stack of his size, we'll most likely just see him call in position. It's 31k into 119.
Something like that.
Unless he thinks Hostetler is just calling for the weakish range, he might just move over the top. Decides to move all in. Hostetler has set quite the trap here. It is all in for him to call. And as it stands, as long as Hostetler doesn't fold here, I'm well impressed by the way he's played his queens. Wojciech perhaps could have just called the 31k, but there's so much money to take down pre-flop. If he thinks Hostetler is playing loosey-goosey, which he is, it's a great opportunity for him to take down nearly 100k. So much chitter-chatter happening here at the table. Holy moly, is Hostetler thinking he might not want to call it off here because it's 50 big blinds? I don't really understand. He folds. I'm absolutely shocked and bewildered with the fold there. Wojciech getting away really lightly, and that's all part of running good. Also, things happen when you're running good that don't happen when you're running bad. I know that seems so obvious, but look what just happened here. Wojciech most likely would have been losing half of his stack at 350k of it. And as it stands, it looks like he is going to get about 80k richer. The turn coming to 10 of diamonds.
Nice fold.
Wow.
Nice fold. Nice.
Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Now, Hostetler thinking he is the biggest genius at the King's Resort. He had a feeling that some sort of magic at play here.
Now he says to check.
Hostetler folding the queens, saving his tournament. Captain Hindsight out in full swing. He would have lost to his set on the turn. And now he is essentially free rolling. Queen played to absolute perfection. Alrighty, folks, we're back. We're live. It's Action Man Dan in the house. 7 players remaining in the Benelux Classics Final Table Mystery Bounty Edition. We have all in and call. Ron calling with the Ace King. Vincenzo all in with the pocket sevens. Coin flip situation. 6-4 deuces the flop. Ron looking for an ace or a king. There it is. There's the king on the turn. Return of the king, and now Vincenzo needing the last remaining 7 in the deck. It does not arrive. Close but no cigar. The 6 of diamonds rolls off. We're going to lose a player in 7th place for €3,500. That means 6 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,800. And he will get one of the remaining mystery bounties, and it could be a big one. We're going to find out soon. That was a nice hand to return to. Hope you're all very well on this Monday evening. If you're just tuning in, you're watching this all happen live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov on a 30-minute delay. Andre picking up the big boys on the button. We got an open from Ron. And the ace-10 going for a 3-bet. Forced to let it go. Really nice pick up there. Cold 4-bet rip. Obviously, you want to get called, but it wasn't to be. This event getting very even Stevens. 43 in first, 32 in fifth, and 8 big blinds is the short. So only 10 big blinds separating 5th place and 1st place. Very important. Every chip mattering so much right now. We still have a 10K bounty in play, a 25K bounty in play, and a 1K bounty in play. As far as I know, first prize is over 25 grand, and first, second, and third are all going to get a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. So it is all to play for here on this Monday night. I'm at going for larger sizings here. Going for 1.2 million this time. ECW King says that's crazy. It is crazy considering it's the same amount for first prize basically. And that's a really nice fold from Toral. Just getting away with it. Doesn't want to do that too often, but recognizing that Ahmed had a pretty strong hand there, and he did. Good shot, straight draw here for Andre. It's going to bet 350. The Queen 9-7. We will take that one down. Yes, guys, just seeing some comments there. Deals are now possible, 10%, and the trophy must be paid out. And the WSOP and the World Series of Poker circuit events do not support deals. Now, having said all that, it's going to be a very difficult one for them to navigate and arrange a deal, considering there's a 10K bounty out there, a 25K bounty out there, a 1K bounty out there, 3 tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, and 25,000 plus for the winner of this event. I can't. You do the quick maths there, lads, or let me know what they should do in the chat, because I have no idea. I really don't know what way these players are supposed to be playing against each other, considering what's at stake. I don't know what an ICM calculator would say, or a solver. Those words like Voldemort that we don't talk about on the channel. It's really hard to plug that into a system where it's going to give you an accurate human representation of what way they're going to be playing in relation to the prize pool, considering it's not all money. I'm trying to figure this one out in my head. Don't know what you think about that one in the chat. Blinds are going to go up, not down. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the shorter stacks. We're in for some interesting poker coming up. Speaking of interesting poker, Koi all in from the big blind, and Andre is going to be priced in here. Trying not to get the hiccups. If I'm trying to commentate with the hiccups, it's like the not worst commentating situation, apart from pouring coffee down my throat or all over myself, which happens, I would say, about once a month, at least 3 times a year, 5 times a year. I'm learning though. Learn to let it cool down first. Here we go. All in lines against the A7. 7 on the flop. Andre needing an ace or a 7. There's a diamond, the 9. There's the 4 spades. We have another double up. This is even and out, lad. There's only one short stack now, and he's still over 10 bigs. I have to see the exact chip stacks, but whoever can keep the momentum going and accelerate the chip lead here has a stranglehold on the table. More action here. Ron is going to 3-bet to 1.6 million with ace-king suited. Koi has stuck himself in the middle, a piggy in the middle, if you will, with the a7 suited. Don't really like calling here. You're going to be sandwiched in between the big blind and the original opener the majority of the time. We are suited, but I would just prefer to have a bit of a stronger hand. Mightn't be the worst, but we kind of are hampered with what we can do considering our chip stack. Ron going to take down another one, and he's emerging as the table captain. He's winning pot after pot, close to 50 bigs now. 14 bigs here for Koi, and he's just going to rip from the button. Prefer for him to raise call with this combo, but with what's at stake, I can get behind just for shoving. Richie says, why are the bounty tickets gone from the table and did not make a deal over the bounties? I guess you cannot make a deal for the bounties. I honestly am a bit clueless. I'm not too sure. They'll get the bounties. We'll find out. Second I'm given any additional information about the bounties, I'll be sure to let the chat know. Lines at 100, 200, 200. 6.6 million is the average stack. 6 remaining from a starting entry field size of 796. 33 and a third is the current average chip stack. Ahmad limping, this time with ace queen. We've seen him do this with some small pairs, so he is balancing his limping range. At least that's something that can be said for it. So Ahmed coming over the top here. Ron forced to let that one go. Ahmed winning the nice pot, coming over the top, and now he's close to the chip leader. Two players at the table playing very close to 10 million. I'm betting 300k here. Blind v blind battle once more. Andre deciding to go for a check call approach. Turn is an interesting one. Gives Ahmed 2 pair now. $900k is the bet here from Ahmed on the turn, and that's going to be enough to let Andre get away from his hand. CW says, I guess the tourney director has them in his pocket to make the table a bit cleaner. I think you can't just get up and go over to the machine. So you use your bounty when you get eliminated or you have a break or something like that.
Joking on me on the TV, okay? All my family watch and you joking. This friend, this look like a friend. Joking on me on the TV. All the world watch. All Romania.
ECW says, yeah, but we mean their own bounties, they're not at the table. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't know. I'm blue in the face talking about bounties. As long as we have the clear and correct information that there's a 25k, a 10k, and a 1k still in play, we'll find out in due course, which is all good with me. If it's good with the gang. Ahmed going for a large 3-bet once more, this time with ace-jack suited. He's really picking up these pots.
That's all the casino. Time to say goodbye. Yeah, my friend, that's up with you. It's only cold. Only cold. Only cold. I know exactly. How you can do that? Magician? You see my card? No.
Ron McKing 4 suited is limping. Not going to entertain seeing a flop for 300k more. Feel like that's a mistake when we are suited. If we're off suited, then fine, just let it go. Also, could go over the top there with a raise, but that's risky business the way the stacks are lined up at the moment. Koi just going to shove for 14 bigs from the cutoff with ace king off suit. 6-7 deuce is the flop here under the gun, open from nils. 6-handed now, so under the gun is essentially a position. Interesting turn card, Ahmed picking up flush and straight draws. This board smacks his perceived big blind defending range more so than the opener's range, so he wants to bet this one and bet on the larger side. Goes for a bet of 600k. And that's going to be good enough to take that one down, and he's now playing 11.5 million. Ahmed putting the foot down, another large bet in the 10-7-6-3. Nils is going to just fold there on the turn. Bit of a large fold there for Nils with top pair. Nils raising on the button of pocket nines. Ron defending as he should here with queen nine off, suit out flopping the pocket nines. Flop going to go check, check. Turn is the three of spades. He's got trips now, and the pot is nearly at 2 million. He wants to go for largish sizing here. Instead, he's going to go for blockerish type sizing. /value bet. I just think we want to go a bit larger on the paired board. But he does get paid nonetheless. Yoda Code in the house. What's up, Yoda Code? He said, as far as I know in Razvedov, they don't have a bounty assigned. When they eliminate a player, they go and press a button which selects a random prize from the ones remaining. That's how it usually happens in other mystery bounty tournaments here. Thank you very much for those powerful insights. And Yoda Code says, over betting a lot seems to work fine for Ahmed. Yeah. Ahmed is way out in the lead now with 61 bigs. Ron in second place at 46. 29 bigs then for Burda Total. Nils with basically the same, playing 28 bigs and change. And then Andre and Koi fighting it out at the bottom, but still are both quite healthy. 17 bigs and 14 big blinds is your shortest stack at this final table. That's how they're looking six-handed. Things are really heating. You've got to play cautiously with everything at stake. Sooner or later, something's got to give. Current payout is €4,800. A6 going to take down the blinds. Nantes adding 500,000 to his stack. Sixes takes that one down.
My big blind. Because of me.
You stole my blind. I took that thing on you one time. I took that. Me.
400, not 800, not 900.
I don't bet you.
Why not?
Because it's my game. When I bet small, I my card. That's a big blind. Look, 2 million. Stone or it?
Okay, because that I fall. Oh, you win.
Hold.
You win, you win.
Ahmed going for a very large raise, adding another 500,000. Uncontested with the Queen Jack suited. I'm not a big fan or advocate of these larger sizings, but if he's going to just keep accumulating 500,000 every time, then I'm all for it.
Not your right now. Right, huh?
Ron with the ladies here, going to bet 450 on the King 10 deuce. Massive hands here, by the way, for a blind v blind battle. 2.2 million in the pot now. 3 of spades hits the turn. Big card here on the river, folks. Turn going check, check, river. Queen of spades. This is sick. Ron with top set here on the river. Little does he know, Buratoril sitting there with the stone cold nuts. Now, when Ron makes a 725 here, if I feel like I can get value from a raise, I don't want to make it too small here. Gonna want to make it about 2.5 million. That looks like a bit smaller than that. 1.8 he goes for. Ron gonna call. Ron gonna get the bad news. I feel like we could have seen even more chips go into the pot here. Ron calling for the additional mil. Very unlucky. Shakes his head. Nothing he can do. Forced to pay the man. Still playing 7 million. Buratoril now up to 45 big blinds. The lucky German says way too small of a raise. Yeah, I feel like when we've got the nuts, we want to get paid the maximum amount. Back to London said he would have sized up to about 3 mil. Yeah, I was being nice saying 2.5. Surprise, surprise. Ahmed wins another pot. Close to 13 million now. The lucky German wants 3 million. Sure, why not just go all in? All in, 5.1 million. 3 is the magic number, but 5 will make you get down now. Everybody get up, sing it. Ahmed with the best of it here once again. Nice to have you with us, by the way. Poker Attorneys, Lucky German, Katharina, back to London. Ralphie, Yoda Code. Ahmed wins another small one, but they all count at this late stage. 65 bigs and counting. 14 bigs here on the button for Andre. Could shove this one, but I prefer to raise call. We're going to get action. Ahmed waking up with 10s here in the small blind, asking for a count. And he will call. We're off to the races. And if I'm Andre, I'm not feeling too lucky considering Ahmed is winning pot after pot after pot. But it is a coin flip situation. Big moment here for both players involved and indeed the tournament. $6 million in this one. Here we go. Jack 5-6. No help. Andre needing an ace or a king. Turn is the eight of spades. Music to Andre's ears. Ahmed shakes his head. Nothing he can do, of course. River is the 5 of clubs. Would have been pretty sick. Ahmed would have had 16 million, but as it stands, Andre getting a very, very healthy double up to 30 big blinds. Ahmed raising huge here. Just basically going all in with his 6s. Aces. And Ahmed 3-betting again. He doesn't look like he's in the mood. 3-betting to 1.5 mil. The action is going to be back on the under the gun open with the aces, and he just doubled up off Ahmed in the coin flip situation. This one a little bit different. Is there anything to be said for making a 3.5 million here? Or do we just call, let Ahmed barrel away or bet away, do the betting for us? Oh, baby. Here we go. Looks like he's going for 3.3 million. Even better. Well, that's 2.8. Look at the size of this pop before we go to the flop, folks. Oh, dear. 8-7-6. Now, the Aces just wants to go very small, like 1.5 million or something. Ahmed shoves all in, and here we go. This 18.3 million. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. Ahmed running into the absolute nuts. The pre-flop nuts, anyway. Toril was one flip away from being out the door, and now he's going to be overwhelming chip leader unless Ahmed can find a Jeffrey, a Jabracata out there. The Jack of Hearts. Looks like the Jack of Diamonds is already gone. Deuce of Hearts hitting the turn, and here we go. Just the river. Needs to be a Jack. It's the 6 of Hearts. We will lose. We won't lose Ahmed. He will still be playing 9 big blinds, but he will lose a massive chunk of his stack. And Burator now getting close to 100 big blinds. 91 big blinds and counting. Incredible turn of events here. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Oh, Yoda Code, yes, sorry. He said the other hand was with Andre, not this guy. Oh, it's because he had a similar stack. My bad, Yoda Code. Thanks for letting me know. So Ahmed and Koi now are both with 7 bigs each. I got mixed up with the flag. The Romanians. Niels with some separation here, 19 bigs. And then Andre with 24, Rom with 26. And Bordatoril, if he knows his ICM and knows what way to put pressure on the table to try win events like this, expect to see him be very active. He's got his 5 opponents right where he wants them here. 2 short stacks, 1 middling stack, and 2 guys very close then as well. Anything can happen, of course. But my word, has he put himself in a fantastic situation to take down this title. All he had to do was click call, but it was nice sizing pre. I thought it might all go in pre because the Jacks weren't messing around. Ron betting 500k here, blind v blind on the 873. Yoda Cole says he got so tilted after the 10-10 hand for no reason. Yeah, because he just didn't win the flip. That would have put him up to 16 million, and now I don't think he was going to play the Jacks any other way once the flop came out 7-8-6 or 8-7-6 or 6-7-8. Whatever way you want to phrase it. Ahmed is all in under the gun. He's tilted. And Koi's going to call the cutoff, and we've got action here as well. Koi's got ace king. There is an all in and a call. All Ron has to do is fold tens, and it might be an ICM fold anyway. But if you think Ahmed is shoving really wide here and the blinds have just gone up, and Koi is a similar stack, you've got both players covered. There's mystery bounties at play. I think we've got to go with pocket tens. So he does call. What's all happening here? Everyone wanted action. We've got action. Three-way all in. It's all kicking off. Yoda Code is with me on this one. Says hard fold for Ron in this setup with bounties. I couldn't agree more. Maybe under normal circumstances, Yoda, you could let those tens go. Definitely let eights and nines go. Tens just going to be too strong, in my opinion. 6, 7, 8 is the flop. Great start for the tens. Has a good shot straight draw as well. Ahmed does pick up a pair. Turn is a spade. Oh, ho, ho. Three is spade rolling off. A lot of outs to dodge now as we hit the river for the pocket tens. River is the 9. A double elimination. Ahmed has been eliminated in 6th place. And Koi will get 5th place. As far as I know, they were very close in chips. That means we are suddenly down to 4. And that also means we're on a 10K ticket bubble. Pay jump to worry about as well. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the bounties, but all will be revealed sooner or later. Bird thinks the call with tens was crazy. It's actually not when you've both them covered and it's less than 10 bigs to eliminate 2 players. Look how well it's worked out for him. Ron's got chunks now as well, close to 10 million. $700K is the bet. Jack of spades rolls off on the turn. Ron takes that one down. Exciting stuff taking place here. 72 bigs for the chip leader. Ron in second place with 47. Andre and Nils fighting it out. Just a couple of big blinds separating the two. Remember what's at stake, ladies and gentlemen. 3 10K tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place at the King's Resort in Rosvadov in less than a month's time. Yeah, we're on to take a bubble. I don't think you're absurdly wrong, Bird. Like if it's just ICM, it might be a fold with the tickets. But when we have both of them covered and it's less than 10 bigs total, it's just a nice opportunity for us to eliminate 2 players at once. And if we lose, we still have the guts of, I think it would be 15 bigs you still have behind. So it's not the be all and end all. If that was for our tournament life, I think we have to fold all day. So don't beat yourself up too much, buddy. Every day is the learning day. And remember, how do I reach these kids? I'm getting information that bounties will be pulled on the break. We won't have a break for a bit. That's all I can say at this time. Stay tuned. Andre Rake making a 525 to go. Obviously, the blinds are now 125, 250, 250. They went up a few hands ago. Andre going to bump it up here, blind v blind. Goes for a raise size to 850. And Border Toro is just going to call with ace 10 suited. Yes, MJ says, Dan said they're pulling the bounties on the break. Yeah, the next break, there will be some bounties pulled. Andre betting 625 on the 9-7 deuce, and I think that's a mistake. Burator wants to be calling there. He could easily have the best hand. And we have backdoor diamonds working for us. Ace 10 suited going to be very strong blind v blind, and perhaps that's the stutter step for the chip leader. No reason to be folding there on the flop to 1 bet. Arbitro is in the houses mainly because of the opportunities to get 2 bounties. Yeah, 1 bounty. It's funny because if you're going against 1 bounty, 1 all-in, say, and then you're going for 1 bounty, it's a fair fight, you know. It's going to be tougher to beat 2 players. But having said all that, when you break down the ranges there from Ahmed shoving from early position as well, it just becomes, I don't want to say a no-brainer. It is a bit of a no-brainer. Obviously, it has to be taken into consideration. There's a lot of money on the line, but when you break it all down, 10's just going to be too strong. Printing, I wouldn't. If you were against 2 other players and they had more chips, they had tighter ranges, perhaps you could let it go. I don't want to be like a parrot there, keep repeating myself. I almost said I don't want to be like a rabbit instead of a parrot, but perhaps I need to get a green tea or maybe not another coffee. Some sugars to propel us to the finish line. I'm trying to stay off sugars once again, class, and I'm finding it difficult. Yo-Yo Dieter has commenced his fasting approach once again. I'll see you on the other side. And I also think that's a mistake. Just folding King 9 suited there on the button. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, that's an absurdly tight fold. Even if we are into 2 big stacks, we need to have an opening range on the button. So when we have a monster hand, we can still get paid because we have been opening some of our range that we're going to be folding. When we just raise with a really, really strong hand from the button, we're going to get a lot of credit and we're not going to get paid. I feel like that goes without saying, but I felt the need to reiterate it anyway. Clubs for the small blind. Flush draw, Queen, Jack, 3. Bottom pair for Andre. It's going to go check, check. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. Lucy Vest looking for the payouts. 4 remain and €7,800 is the current payout. Difference between 4th and 3rd is from €7,800 to €10,300, and that's not all. There's a 10k ticket for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And we're about to find out here because Ace King is raised to 500k. Nils is shoved. Ron's going to have to let this one go, and Ace King's going to be snapping this one off, and we're off to the races once again. One of the aces gone in the muck. Big moment here for both players involved. Here we go. Jack 8-3, no help to the Ace King. Nils looking good for a double up so far. Needs to avoid an ace or a king. It has been popping off on Turn and River today. Turns the jack. He's looking safe now. One card to go. 5 outs. Can eliminate Nils in 4th place. Otherwise, he's going to have a healthy stack of 8.8 million. River is a 10. He does survive. Back to 35 bigs. That's some difference. We either would have been going 3-handed there with Bora overwhelming Chiplead. That puts him down a peg or two. Neil's going to bet 600k here, and that's going to be enough to get Andre out of the way. Nice pickup there for Nils, uncontested, and he is very close to 10 million also. This is really evening out with 4 remaining. They're fairly deep, all things considered. Nils with the best of it here, defending with 6-5. He's going to lead. Leads for 450. $5.25 is the bet and $5.25 is the call on the Jack 6-9 flop. He will take that one down with the second barrel. Good turn card for him to do so. $5.25 to go for Nils. Ace King. And a 3-bet. If we're 3-betting, I want a 3-bet around 1.7 mil, 1.8 mil. It goes for 1.8 million. Could even go bigger, 2 million. That'll do it. Baseline taking down the blinds and antes. Andre raising with the Queen 8 suited, takes it down. Ron with them in. Any suited is going to see a flop here from the small blind. Ace-6 deuce is the flop. Trips now on the turn after the flop goes check check. I'm going to start building a pot now. I'm going to bet about 650, maybe even $1 million. Oh, 2/3 pot there, yeah, would be about $1 million. Takes it down. He's going to bet 250 here, turning a pair of sevens. Andre could have went for a bet there on the flop, or didn't seem very interested with his King 9. So that's how we're looking as we go to a break. 58 bigs is your chip leader. There's 20 big blinds more than second place, who is now Nils. And Ron with 32 and Andre with 30. So 3 players in that 30 to 40 big blind zone. And Borda Total way out in front here, 14.5 million. We're about to see him pull some bounties. Exciting times here. Let's see what bounty he gets. He's getting ushered over. I reckon one of these bounties is going to be big. This is why we go for it with the 10s there for the double elimination. Yoda Cole wants a camera on the bounty monitor. Here we go, Yoda. What's it going to be, buddy? We're about to find out. I'm here waiting patiently, guys. Bounties. Here we go. €300 is the first one, but we don't want to give you that. Here comes the second one. Boom. €10,000. Incredible stuff. That's a wrap, guys. We're going on break. Congratulations, getting the 10K bounty. Still a 25K bounty in there. It is all to play for when we get back after the break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Nine players on our feature table. Average stack, well, it's about 310K. 120 odd players remain. This is the Mayo Man folding the 6-5 suited connectors. This is the short stack Minerva, just under 20 bigs with ace king suited.
Yeah, we saw him raise
6K.
Off a short stack, and he's going to do the same again with ace king.
6 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass.
Ooh,
Well, dream scenario really.
Yeah.
The super aggro player Matteo, ace queen, he's going to look at the stack, do the maths and go, well, look, my biggest exposure is 100K, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's put it in. And here is the 3-bet. Ace queen on the button.
Yeah,
and it's going to be priced in when Saskia 4-bets.
Yeah. Sometimes online players struggle with, because when you're playing online you can see exact stacks. But, yeah,
I know, yeah, that's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I reckon Armad was doing there? I could be wrong. He just wants to show. He just wants to know the exact stack size of Saskia.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd ever any intention of getting a ball, but just using the opportunity to get a chip count from one of the players in great situation. I mean, it's the dream, isn't it, with the big slick getting it all in versus ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah, Matteo did nothing wrong there. His hand, he pretty much had to 3-bet it, and once he does, he has to call it off because of the price.
And king on the flop means it's end of story. Bar runner for a straight, it's all over.
Yeah.
I think, I'm sure I heard Ahmed going, I knew you were going to shove there.
Yeah, I heard that too, yeah. Oh, there's a
Queen.
small chance.
Wow,
Yeah.
incredible.
Small chance.
Well, running queens definitely would work also. And you can see Saska, that's just not right. That is just not right, I'm sorry.
That is brutal.
Wow. Thank you so much.
That is so horrible.
Oh, that's sick.
20 big blind, my friends.
So horrible for
20 big blinds, my friends, I think is what Matteo was saying.
Yeah.
Saska's
I mean, he's right.
kind of
It's
brutal.
standard, but
I mean, Saska's seen this before, there's no doubt he's very experienced. And, I mean, stood very accomplished stud player, so he's seen a lot of funky stuff in his day. But that is a huge spot, really, isn't it? Getting close to the money.
yeah.
It's just the way it happened there, more than that.
And he's played. Yeah, it's great to see all the guarantees being hit.
Yeah, and I mean, there was pretty decent guarantees there, even the mixed games, which don't tend to attract big numbers. All of these guarantees getting met, which is great. So we're looking at two big stacks. Cecil with the real hand here on the button, but Eric Nitro going to 3-bet with the king 9 just to try and establish his presence here. He's just arrived, and the Dutchman and the big blind Raoul just gets rid of his cards and lets the two big boys fight it out. Some kind of setup, but Eric Nitro 3-betting. I mean, he's going to get so many hands to fold, but Ace King is never folding here.
No.
And we could see a 4-bet. It is a 4-bet, Dara.
Yeah, it is a 4-bet.
Sizing is quite small.
Did it quite flamboyantly as well. Now, Eric really should just be folding unless he wants to get very adventurous and 5-bet.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe 5-bet is a consideration. What kind of sizing would be going? I mean, it's going to be.
You go absolutely tiny. Like, you basically, if you go tiny and represent aces or kings, you'll get quite a lot of folds. The problem is it's just so much of a stack now. I think the prudent thing here is just to wave the white flag.
Well, that's just sick. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff.
That is incredible.
I mean, what a statement. Eric Nitro, this is just, I mean, what a statement from the Italian who's just sat down. He's putting all his chips in with King 9 offsuit.
Yeah.
I'm Cecil. I mean, I'm not strong enough to make this call if I'm Cecil. I'm just going, okay, you got me. I'm not willing.
This might work though. Cecil really doesn't like this. He's basically been asked to put almost all his stack in.
It's not too dissimilar to the hand we've seen between the Dutch player Raul and Matteo earlier. And it's the second time we've seen Ace King folded pre.
Wow, that is.
Well, I mean, this is just a license to kill now, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Clement is thinking about this, like his hand is good enough to shove here if there was no ICM. Instead he's gone for the raise, which allows him to raise fold just near the bubble. Yeah, I quite like this play because most of the hands that will shove over his raise, he's going to be in bad shape against. And if just the big blind calls, he has a very nice hand, which plays well.
Albert makes the call. Angelo gets out of the way. Christian folds the king 4 off, and now action with Lord Mulligan. He's going to be putting the 10-3 in the junk. Interesting small blind. Ace 8. Snap folds, and now Filippo. 8 deuce.
This dude's suited, like it's a pretty looking hand, but we're very near the bubble, and this near the bubble you're not going to want to get it when we're already in the money. Be more likely to fall there. And Clement's going to feel great about this now. He's going to be happy to go with this. He has less than 2 times stack left behind. He's hit top pair. He's probably going to just bet and call if there's a raise, and probably shove the turn if it's a call. I don't know, he's just called. Interesting.
Well, I mean, Albert's going to go with this.
Yeah, now Albert has a flush draw, not flush draw, and a gut shot as well. Clement has 2 pairs, so the fact he's hit 2 pair doesn't change all that much. I guess he's pulled ahead of ace. Well, no, he was already ahead of ace queen, so yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy, sick there. But Albert here, I mean, the raise
Albert
on the
has
flop, I just didn't expect the raise.
Yeah. Albert tends to cover, so I think Clement is actually debating whether this is even a call now. He does make a call though. He had clock called on them there as well. They're so close to the money that it's possible Clement was stalling a little bit, trying to maximize the chance of getting into the money.
Which makes him an absolute monster stack. Averages around 600k.
Yeah.
This is Albert once again.
Once again, he opens and covers up immediately. Our man beside him looks interested, but he only has queen 10, so he might fold, and he does.
Lord Mulligan with the suited connectors, small blind position. I guess he just lets this go.
Yeah.
But Mark will be seeing the flop here. Pocket pair, reasonable
We've seen
call.
one of his sixes dead, so holes now.
Well,
This is,
interestingly, donk leads here.
This is interesting, yeah.
Albert with top.
Yeah,
So easy call here for Albert.
Yeah.
Well, he actually
Albert,
raises.
he's decided to raise. I guess he's worried about draws, gut shots, those types of hands. I guess Mark will get the message now that his sixes aren't good. Or not.
What's going on, Derek?
This is very interesting. Yeah, this is. Mark 3-bet and Albert called. Or no, he's thinking of calling. Yeah, I don't understand this 3-bet at all. I don't know what's going on here. Now any doubts Albert had are long gone. Mark has effectively been counterfeited. This is pretty erratic from Mark. This might be a case of late night tiredness.
I mean, just from nowhere, this pot is completely blown up.
Yeah.
And Albert's just taking a flat calling. That's the crazy thing about this.
No way.
Yes, so that's a fact. I'll put a bet with you. He's just going to flat.
I believe you, but you have to raise here and get value from a 9.
There's just a flat call. It's just the way Mark played it.
Yeah.
And Albert is just absolutely stunned. And what a gift.
Yeah.
All right, folks, welcome back. Andre going to take that one down with a 3-bet with his ace-jack off suit. 4 players still remaining, all chasing that first prize of over 25 grand. We just seen a 10k bounty being pulled before the break. It is all to play for here. 3 tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe up for grabs for first, second, and third. As you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 4 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 796. If you're just tuning in late on this Monday night on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, you're watching the final day of the €290 Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty main event, all happening under one roof. It's live from the Kings Resort in Rozvadov. My name is Action Man Dan. Back in the mix till it's all said and done, and we crown yet another champion at this fantastic resort. If you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you're looking for additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. So Resto, welcome. As the question says, what happens with the unpaid bounties? Does the winner get whatever's left? I don't think there's going to be any unpaid bounties, but if there's any bounties left at the end, I presume the person who hasn't, basically the champion, will keep any additional bounties. As far as I know, I'm new to this structure. I haven't commentated on too many mystery bounties. I'm really enjoying this one. Hope you're all enjoying it at home. About 8 hours into the stream now. It's been a fun, fast-paced day. We had a lot of bust-outs around the start of the day, and then, as you would expect, things were slowed down at the final table. Yoda Code says, in heads up, the winner gets the last 2 bounties. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, it all comes down to the final 2, of course. Thank you, Yoda Code. There's a massive difference between 4th and 3rd. And I'm being told as well, by the way, they made a deal 4-handed. So the chip leader gets €15,735, then €11,337, then €12,375. So it's seat 2 for 15, seat 3 for 11.3, seat 5 gets 12.3, and seat 7 gets 11.5. So what's being left for first to play it out and the trophy is €3,402. Second for €2,268. And they're still playing for the 3 tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe, and the bounties are still in play. If you need me to repeat any of that or have any questions, please feel free to ask me in the chat. Thank you. So it seems like you all knew or know now exactly what's happening. There is a massive difference, though, between fourth and third. It's still a small matter of a 10k ticket. Andre with a monster here in the small blind facing the button open from the chip leader. I think that calling from the small is probably his best option against the chip leader here. Up here for Andre. He's just going to call from the button, the good shot straight draw. It's pot 3 million now as we hit the turn. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Turn goes check. River is the jack of clubs. And we're going to bet 1 million. That will do that. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Takes it down. Only 10 big blinds separating the two Romanians.
Yeah, we are the most problematic on the table they ever had.
Really is underpants stuff for the 4 remaining players. Who's going to propel themselves to that podium finish and then indeed go on to become your Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty main event champion. Nils goes for the raise. Nils is the best hand here. Wants to go in value. Less Buratorial wants to turn his hand into a bluff. Looks like he doesn't want to. Nils just going to check behind. I reckon he could have went for a bet there on the paired board. Ron with the raise to 525. Nils going to call for 275 more. Jack 9-4 is the flop. $575 is the bet. That'll do it. Andre taking that one down on the 6-5-5 paired flop. They're basically even Stevens now. Almost identical stacks for the two chip leaders. Neil's going to defend here with the ace-6 of diamonds. Flop is 10-5-3 all clubs. Thorl just bet very small here and take it down. There you go. Three-way action here. Nils with the top of the pairs. Good shot straight draw for the big blind. Could have opted to maybe do something pre there. Squeeze it up. Would have been quite credible. It decides to just see a flop. Understandable. Over 3 million in the pot now as we hit the turn. Interesting turn card here given for the total top pair. Nine of spades hits the river. Bertoro will get paid. Nils will call it in. Stone Resto said if a heart comes on the turn, this could be interesting. Yeah, the ace. It's happened a couple of times. The ace getting the person out of jail. Four deuce, deuce, six. The river is the 10 of diamonds. Orator with the best hand once more. It looks like they're going on another break for 10 minutes. They're going to discuss something further in the scale of a deal, perhaps. I'll see you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back till we put a ribbon on this thing and crown one of these four remaining players as your champion. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This is Albert once again.
Once again, he opens and covers up immediately. Our man beside him looks interested, but he only has queen 10, so fold, and he does.
Lord Mulligan with the suited connectors, small blind position. I guess he just lets this go.
Yeah.
But Mark will be seeing a flop here. Pocket pair, reasonable
We've seen
call.
one of his sixes dead, so. Probably just check calls now.
Well, interesting, he donk leads here.
This is interesting, yeah.
Albert with top.
Yeah,
So easy call here for Albert.
Yeah.
Well, he actually
Albert,
raised.
he decided to raise. I guess he's worried about draws, gut shots, those types of hands. I guess Mark will get the message now that his sixes aren't good. Or not.
What's going on, Derek?
This is very interesting. Yeah, this is. Mark 3-bet and Albert has called. Or no, he's thinking of calling. Yeah, I don't understand this 3-bet at all. I don't know what's going on here. Now any doubts Albert had are long gone. Mark has effectively been counterfeited. This is pretty erratic for Mark. This might be a case of late night tiredness.
I mean, just from nowhere, this pot is completely blown up.
Yeah, yeah.
And Albert's just taking a flat call, and that's the crazy thing about this. He's
no way.
Yes, that's a fact. I'll put a bet with you. He's just going to flat.
I believe you, but you have to raise here and get value from a 9.
But there's just a flat call. It's just the way Mark played it.
Yeah.
And Albert is just absolutely stunned. And what a gift.
Yeah.
him play. Loosey goosey. That was the first moment we got to see him play any hand. Wojciech raising from the cutoff to 11,000. Mohammed calling the additional 8.5k from the small blind with King 9 of hearts. Flop is Queen 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Check from the small blind, check from the cutoff. Turn is the King of Spades. Top pair now for Mohammed, checks again. Straight draw for Wojciech. Wojciech betting 19k. Mohammed with the call. The river giving Wojciech the straight. Mohammed with the option will check, I would imagine, unless he's deciding to do some form of a blocker bet. Check from Mohammed. Now, Wojciech, how much value do I think I can get from my opponent's small blind defending range? Flop goes check, check. Turn goes bet call. And now the river. I will bet somewhere around 42k. Heard it here first. He's gone for full pot. I suppose it's a good spot to go for full pot. A lot of 2 pairs complete on this river. It'll be hard to get away from a hand as strong as King 9. We block straights, which is very important. We have top pair. Would Wojciech check back some diamonds on the flop and now bet turn and river? Big moment for Mohammed here. That is why the more I actually break this down, I prefer a larger sizing. We are polar. We've got nuts or air. Mohammed containing a 9 in his hand with his top pair, having to pay off Wojciech. Alrighty, folks, we're back. The average stack is almost 10 million now. Blinds are up. 150k is the small blind. 300k is the big blind, with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. ECW King says the 25k is still in. That's crazy. Yeah, that's the same as first prize. Correct and right. It is all to play for here. The tickets are still up for grabs, still on that ticket bubble if you're just tuning in. That's what you're watching. Four-handed action, €290 buy-in. It's the Benelux Classics Mystery Bounty main event. One of these four lucky remaining players is going to be your champion. Niels is getting short now. 13 bigs. ECW King says, doesn't happen that often. The biggest bounty still available at the final table, let alone the last four. Yeah, you're dead right. Two short stacks here going to battle it out. I'm sorry. Niels, got out of the way. Golden opportunity for Ron to double up here. Not so long ago, Ron was your chip leader. Andre calling. Queen Jack 4 is the flop. Ron looking hot for a double up now. 4-1 favourite as we hit the turn. Oh my God, it's an 8. Turn is an 8, and now Ron, just 28% equity, still has a lot of outs that can save him. That's not one of them. Ron getting very bad beat there. That's a big moment there for Andre. Eliminating a very tough player there, Ron. We're going three-handed. Happy to, sad, got the deal. Falls short of the ticket. Should be proud. It's a very nice score from him. I'm sure we'll see him at Kings again soon. That means just 3 players remaining now. So all remaining players have that 10k ticket secured for themselves. They can relax a little bit. And here we go. Mystery Bounty here. Exciting stuff. This could be 25k. Okay, we didn't get to see that one, but I can confirm he wins 25 grand. Oh my God, incredible. What a day he's having. So Bordatoril will win the 25k bounty. Massive congrats to him. Timo Star is in the house.
It's bad for me because
Nils getting a walk.
he has the screenshot. Did he leave? Oh, they have the paper. Yeah, okay, they have the paper. He gave it to the floor. Which one did you get? Oh, 25. Okay, so you can do that.
Nils shoving from the button here with a pocket pair, albeit deuces. And Bordatoril is going to have to let this go. And Sasu is in the big blind. And you definitely call a few less big blinds, but I think 16 bigs is just going to be a bit too much. And he will put it in the muck. Now remember, they've done a deal, but they are still playing on for the trophy and a couple of K. You see the two boys basically tying for the chip leader. Do want to get Nils out of there. They really don't want to double up the short stack. He's not that short, but he's a lot shorter than they are. Still a lot of big blinds in play. Now, I've been told that the levels have been shortened, so they're no longer 60 minutes. You're playing 30-minute levels now.
So boring right now because we're just playing for like second place 2,240 euro and first 3,300 or something more. And maybe title if somebody cares. But I didn't even see a trophy, so. Where's the trophy? Where's trophy and cash on the table? Some booze. Out of the Czech Republic. Not Vatican City.
Small blind giving a walk to Andre. These guys playing 16 million and 19 million want to keep peppering away at Nils' stack. Nils really has to step it up. Rejam more frequently. Not be afraid. He's done so well. He's secured a 10k ticket. He's got a deal. But he has an uphill struggle if he's going to take down this title. Now that they're playing three-handed, his blinds and antes getting posted every couple of hands. He's going to decimate his stack. He's playing 11 bigs currently. Yoda Code is back. Bordatoril got the 25k. I'm drawing a blank on whether he got the 10k and the 25k. I thought he just got the 25k. Was it not Andre that got the 10k? There, I'm getting mixed up with these flags. I have it here. Yeah, Bordatoril got 300 euro bounty, he got a 10k bounty, and he got a 25k bounty. So he's been a greedy little piggy. So he's got a deal done, Yoda Code. He's got a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe, and he's got a 25k bounty, a 10k bounty. This guy should be a poster boy for mystery bounties going forward. What's that? 35,000. 45,000 on top of the ticket, and I believe he was the chip leader when they done the deal. That would mean he got 15,000 there as well. So, hold on, I'm just gonna tally that up. 35. He got over 50 grand secured, including the deal, the 10k ticket, and the 2 bounties. and they're still playing on for 3,402 for the winner, and 2,268 for whoever comes second. So that's what they're still playing for. And I will say, it seems like they're taking this pretty seriously, and they want to really win this title. Toral betting the turn. The top of the pairs. Yoda Code says, "Oh wow, yes, he was the chip leader." Yeah, we're gonna have to call him Moneybags if it keeps going this way. 10-9 suited, min raising. Both players flopping well here. Nils with the best of it. Did you see the equity? It's nearly a post-flop coin flip. So Nils going to shove over the top here. And when we're up and down and have a pair, even though there's two hearts on board, I think we call, once we've bet, and it's 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds almost, but for 2.8 million more, I think he's got to make the call here, even though it's kind of sick. I'd be more inclined to just check back on this flop. Merits to doing both, of course. But once we bet, I think we have to call. And here we go. Turn is the ace of spades. Nils could be getting that double up. Just needs to avoid the river. But just like that, the 8 of clubs rolls off. Nils very unlucky. Got it in good there. Not much more he could do. Doesn't mind getting called by a worse hand there, even though they are essentially flipping. Well played, Nils. Unlucky in the end. GG. And now, Euro Romania. 130 big blinds still in play between the two. Both fairly evenly matched, and I'm sure they know each other's game quite well. So it should be pretty fun heads up battle. Kings heads up. This guy's going straight to roulette, blackjack, or a cash table. Oh, you love to see it. He's looking for change or something. I'm not really sure, but he's standing there with a lot of chips worth a lot of money. And before this, just doing a slight bit of homework. Andre Alexandru Sasu, his total live earnings before this, just shy of $22,000. So this is going to be quite the score for him. Bird wants to know, did they make a deal? They sure did. They made a deal four-handed. Sorry guys, couldn't mute the mic on time to sneeze. Waiting for all the bless yous to come in now. And Gesundheit. So there's going to be a raise here. Andre turning the straight. All the same as bless you. Well, I tell you one thing, I'm sneezing a hell of a lot less than the last few weeks and coughing and splurting and all that kind of crack. So I'll take it. I'm back training now. There'll be no stopping me. Both guys seem fairly evenly matched. I don't know how much Burda Tortle is up online. If anyone knows anything about him live or online, be sure to let me know in the chat. Both players seem to be playing very well at this final table. They haven't put too much feet wrong. The turn with the deuce of clubs now pair on the board. Burda Tortle going to bet 1.3 million with the good shot straight draw. Andre with the best of it is going to call. 4.5 million in the pot now as we hit the river. The river is the ace of hearts. Sasu giving a walk. Wouldn't get too used to that. The guys are basically even Stevens here. Nanty and a big blind separating the two. Sasu 3 betting to 2.1 million with the ladies. Monster. Timo wants to know how much is the last bounty. How much is a piece of string, or how long is a piece of string? How much is a piece of string? There is still a €1,000 bounty in play. But that's pocket change for the men there at this late stage, considering how much they've already accumulated. All the time says a 1K or 100. I think there's a couple of hundreds left and a 1K. Blinds are up. Small blind is now 200K. Big blind is now 400K with a 400K running big blind ante. Sasu getting a bit sassy. Just going to raise it up there on the King 4-4. Something we haven't seen him do much of. Getting the job done with the 9-5 offsuit on the King 4-4. Yeah, that's correct all the time. 2 100s and a 1K left for the viewers. $600K is the bet there with 2 pair. We could see some action here with King 6 of spades. Eight of diamonds hits the turn, 6 million in the pot. This pot getting bloated now. Sasu going to bet 2.5 million. And Buratorel, I think he just wants to call again. Does call. Interesting river coming up here, folks. Oh, wow. It's the 8 of spades. What a horrible, horrible card for the ace 5. Counterfeits his 2 pair. If his opponent has an ace and the flush arrives and it pairs the board. Pretty sick. $6.5 million is the bet. Buratorel is going to pay him off. I don't know about paying him off. And if we are paying him off, do we really want to pay him off that quickly? That is a huge hand in this heads-up battle. Sasu getting very lucky on the river. I feel like Buratorel should have thought about that one for longer than just a few seconds. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. 82 big blinds is now playing 16. And Andre Sasu has a bit of a stranglehold on this heads-up battle. He's a 4-1 favourite now. So he's got a 4-1 chip lead, which was making him an overwhelming favourite, maybe a 4-1 favourite. Sasu completing here with the King Deuce off suit. Wants to keep peppering him with the jab. I actually prefer to min raise these kind of hands in position. We've got all the chips. Yeah, Urbi, yeah, they made a deal four-handed. Turn coming a king, river coming a king. Sasu betting 2 million. And Bordatoril is going to pay him off. Looks like he's kind of feeling a bit dejected. Makes another light call. And he's wrong again. Now, he could obviously be right in these situations, but he's calling so quickly. I'd like to see him just think about it for a little bit longer. Looks like he's resigning himself to becoming second place, and he's got the deal, he's got the ticket, he's got through a huge field. See, you can't blame him. Sasu's going to shove from the button, having his opponent under 10 bigs. Bordatoril had a golden opportunity to double up here with the Queen Jack off suit. Sasu prefer to have 2 live cards. Needs a 6 or something like that. That's going to run out 7-4, 10-4 Jack. Sometimes you're forced to pay the man. And if you've enjoyed this show, folks, we're back every weekend. Don't forget it. Next week is the People's Poker Tour. Coming to you from Euro Rounders are sponsoring that one. So be back next Monday. Be back next Sunday even. I'll be back in the booth next Monday. See some new names in the Poker Room Kings on Twitch today. Always love growing this channel. So last time tonight, if you feel like giving it a like, subscribe and a follow to the channel, it would mean a lot to me and indeed the Kings production team who go above and beyond week in, week out. There's a merchandise store and additional information on the website www.kingsresort.com. Some massive events coming up at Kings. Of course, none bigger than the World Series of Poker Europe. We're going to have 15 bracelets, 15 million in guarantees, 5 million guaranteed in the 10K World Series of Poker Europe main event. Last year, first prize was 1.5 million. Be there or be a triangle. So that's who bets 400k. Poor Toro going to call. Turn is the ace of spades. Sasu going to bet 1.2 million. Second barrel will get Borla Thorl to fold his Queen 10. Sasu raises. King 8 of diamonds. 5-4 is going to call. 5-4 off suit. 6-7-8 is the flop. Oh, wow, look at this. He's got the arse end of it, but he's after flopping a straight heads up. Take my money. And on the flip side of that, you've got top pair, top kicker, or second kicker with, sorry, second nut flush draw to go with your top pair. And I don't see any way that this isn't going all in. He's going to be all in, Vince. And now let's see if Andre Sasu is invincible, because if Borlatoro holds here 60% of the time, he will. He's going to be back to 17.6 million. And if Sasu gets there, that's all she wrote, and we're putting a ribbon on this thing. Turn is the jack of clubs. Borlatoro looking good for a double up here, and won't be too far away from being even in this match. Here comes the river. It is the 3 of diamonds. Wow, a wee what. It was always going to be tough to beat Andre Sasu. A lot of pots going his way, heads up there. And we have a winner. First and second place from Romania. getting massive payouts for themselves. Fair play to the lads. Congrats. What a fun day that was. Something different for the fans out there. The mystery bounty. So much money up for grabs and the tickets. And they got to do a deal. Really enjoyed that one, folks. Thanks to everyone, the regulars. You all know who you are at this stage, and my moderators who really helped me all the time on this channel. Couldn't do it without you. Love all the support. Not too late of a finish tonight. I'm going to go watch some stand-up comedy and catch up on the EPT. Monte Carlo, or sorry, Barcelona even. Monte Carlo's over. I will talk to you next Monday. Until then, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
Build something nice, please. Very bad. Very bad. Not you. It's very nice. I don't think so, but okay. I would do a little bit. No, really like this. Maybe like this.